Okay, hello. Welcome back to the stream, everyone. If you've been here before, hello otherwise. Really excited today, getting to play more Scarlet Hollow. I wasn't originally going to stream today, but I'm really loving this game, so I'm back. Yeah, hope you're all well. How you doing? Feel free to answer or not, depending on your situation. Yeah. I should just make sure everything's ready. I think we're all good to go. Alright, I'm gonna go swap over to the game. Let's see. Game on. Alright. And I get to start with a good old recap, which is great. I really am glad that they have these recaps in the game. Okay. Here we go. Alright. And start. Continue. Alright, let me just make sure that my windows are working. I think they are. Yes. Sweet. Perfect. Episode 4 awaits. If you'd like to save before continuing, please do so now. Well, we are continuing. Explore, join the Discord. Explore, follow us on Blue Sky. Wait. Is this gonna link me outside of the game? I'm just gonna click join the Discord. Oh, it does. Wow. Okay, sure. I guess I will join the Discord. I don't really use Discord a lot, so that'll be interesting. Okay, I've now joined the Discord, though I probably won't look at it because I'm kind of scared of spoilers. Streamer mode is enabled. Ah. Okay, interesting. All right. I'll continue with the episode. Continue. Hello. Oops. Why is it not being chill? What's going on? Okay. The decision you made in episode 3 bears heavy physical consequences, and a visual reminder of those consequences will follow you for the rest of the game. You can reduce the intensity of this visual reminder or remove it entirely at any point in your preferences. So I have it reduced at the moment. What does the full one look like? Would you like to see a recap before starting episode 4? Absolutely. Yes. Can I have a full recap? The funeral of Pearl Ann Scarlet, your cousin's mother, and your aunt seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. They always repeat this bit. Wonder if that's how important that is. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. So what do you want? Want to tag along? So what do you say? Want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against the darkening sky, that sort of thing. And then we go out with Stella, and we run into Duke. You'll eat those words when I come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of these woods at dawn. And then poor Duke gets shot. Oh no, we see the deer first. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of Stella's flashlight, while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. Duke grapples with the thing as it grabs at his shotgun, pushing the barrel out of the way as it grasps for Birdie with oddly jointed limbs, while Stella stares in shocked silence as if paused, watching as the other creature attempts to wrestle Gretchen into the darkness, her desperate cries going unheeded. And we made the choice to save Gretchen. You dive for Gretchen, attempting to snatch her away from the thing's misshapen hands. You manage to grab her, but the creature isn't deterred. It rears back on its hind legs, its mouth opening, whispered tones sliding out alongside something sharp and unnatural. Okay. But then there is a deafening blast of Duke's shotgun, and suddenly it is gone. Oh my god, what do we do? Then the police show up. Deputy Franklin. Stella, keep an eye on him for us. Make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble. And then Wayne. being all welcome home. Whoop, need to turn my phone on silent. My grandmother used to talk about pale creatures called ditchlings. She always said they were a terrible omen, a sign of suffering to come. So we hear about the ditchlings from Sybil. Tabitha says she's going to bed and I'll see you tomorrow. And then she tells us to stay out of trouble. And she wanted us home by sunset, which is not something we ended up listening to. Sunset! She was very insistent about that. I wonder if I do another playthrough and I just listen to Tabitha the entire time. Avery, we shared our information with Avery. And everyone in the cafe heard about it. I'll let you know if anyone mentions these monsters or anything else strange or unusual. But we haven't talked to Avery again since then. We met Oscar at the library, who was worried about his daughter Rosalina, and because she wasn't answering the texts and the kids have been running off to hide in scary places. We met Dr. Kelly, who did not want Reese to hang out with us because Reese is too sick for that. Yep. And then after that, we ran into Wayne again, who said that they were the only person in town that cared about our safety. Even though it's too late to stop what's going to happen. So, to what extent is our fate inevitable in this game? I mean, spoiler for episode 3 recap coming up, but we could probably have sacrificed Tabitha. Oh. And then, so we caught Rosalina sneaking out, followed her around to the backside of the cave. The old Maxwell place didn't cut it as a secret hangout, but they snuck into Shore Mine, which had collapsed and killed over 100 people because of the dodgy safety practices of our ancestors. And then we called Tabitha. Tabitha joined us in the mine and headed over there. We didn't wait for Tabitha. We ran into the kids. Becky talked about her foreman saying it was completely safe. Oh, Becca, sorry. And then Tabitha was like, haha, your dad's now fired. And then Rosalina talked about her house being haunted. We were interrupted by knocks, and then 3 of the kids went missing, including Rosalina. We followed the tunnels inwards. We then got a weird seizure flashback from our phone illuminating, which is the bit I found interesting the last time I read the recap for episode 2. And then both myself and Tabitha had that flashback. Becca and Alexis were still down there, and I feel like I've made a lot of bad choices in terms of saving people, because then I chose to leave them behind and get the heck out of there. And so the 3 of us survived, but we may have sacrificed 2 kids for it, which is not great. And then we drive along. Tabitha is upset, understandably. We meet Janie, who can't really clean the house because Tabitha tells her to leave everything where it is. And what's this? I heard about what happened last night and wanted to say she was sorry that we got caught up. And was praying for the poor kids. Okay, and then Tabitha stops by at Sybil's, and Sybil gives Tabitha some special tea. We meet Beau, and we feel really bad about the fact that his dad is dead, possibly because of us. And then we tell Beau where to find Duke's body. We go back and check up on Oscar, who doesn't have the energy to get dressed properly. We meet the mayor, who is a dog, Jimmy, and we give Jimmy some peanuts. Every mayor of Scarlet Hollow has been a dog. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and fancy top hat. Quite a smug-looking dog as well. Quite pretty, but also smug. We ran into this nervous man with a cross around his neck, and we got the vibe that there was something that just dislikable about the man because of our mystical powers. So we're like, haha, bye. We don't really want to talk to you. We just he sort of tried to get us involved in the conversation, and wanted to ask if we wanted to discuss our beliefs, and we were like, no. No, we don't. Then we met Reese for the first time and saw all of the art that Reese had been making, which seems to express a lot of the pain he's been in, and also that he has seen all of the little creatures coming out to his window, all the ditchlings. He talks about how his mum is overprotective because she never lets him leave the house or do anything. And then we have dinner together with Dr. Kelly, who stares us down and basically gives us a lecture. Here's a short version of it. Reese is like, can we have them over for a movie? And then Dr. Kelly's like, I don't know about that. And then, also not in the recap, we ran in, there was like a door that was super mysterious, which I did not end up going into. Like, I kind of avoided it using my mystical powers. But that might be what we end up investigating today. Anyway, Reese is sick all the time. And getting a bit... And then halfway while he's trying to fight back with Dr. Kelly, he winces in pain, wraps himself in his arms. And Dr. Kelly looks bad for a moment. Reese leaves the table. And then we go back to the library, but also Oscar lives in the building connected to it behind it. So we enter Oscar's place, and we find evil spirit Juju there. Tabitha comes along because we messaged her earlier without telling anyone else. We find the bloodstain, which is hiding a secret hatch into a basement that no one knew about. And after entering that hatch, weird stuff happens. Everyone gets possessed by shadowy figures inhabiting the spirits of different people in the past of the spirit. Wayne somehow manages to break into this area, has a chat with us, and then is just like, what's going on here? These damn parasites. Oh, Stella's annoying. I better stop her from being annoying. That was the gist of the conversation I got. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Bottom feeders. It's interesting that he refers to the ditchlings as bottom feeders. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. And then, between myself and Tabitha, one of us was meant to forfeit our lives. I felt like I could have called the bluff potentially and just left, but I ended up feeling so bad for Charlie that I kind of wanted to take a little bit of responsibility, so I ended up sacrificing myself. So I took a step into the light, and then part of my life force got drained, and now I'm gonna die early. So, not winning at this game. Definitely not winning. Stella was a bit spooked, head down the road. And then Sybil's like, if you have some time tomorrow, we can unpack and you can ask a bunch of questions because I'm sure you have lots of them. Yeah. So then I get dropped off by Tabitha. Well, Tabitha and I go back to their to the family house, and I pass out the entire car ride. Then I get into bed, and I'm all bloody. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest at the expense of unknown years of your life. The spectre of the night's events will linger over you for every day you have left, a grim reminder of the price you willingly paid for the crimes of a family you never met. Maybe it'll be easier in the morning. Maybe your joints will ache just a little less than they do now. Maybe you can still right the capsized ship of your now broken life. Or maybe things will only get worse from here. Alright, wake up. You open your eyes, it's a new day. And you feel like shit. In the bright morning light, you're finally able to take stock of just how much the spirit took from you. You feel dulled, your bones creaky, your soul weighed down with the exhaustion of age. How do I feel about my decision? Maybe a tiny bit bitter, to be honest, but What have I done is probably what I'm feeling right now. I have no strong opinions. No, I mean, I simultaneously feel like I did what had to be done, but also what have I done? You know what you've done. You've sacrificed years and vitality to appease a raging scepter? Spectral spirit thing. Who knows what would have happened had you left it behind to fester? Then again, who knows what will happen to you now that you've lost a part of yourself? An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. But your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, just wanted to check in. Hope you're doing a little better. Also wanted to ask, have you heard from Stella? You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Oh no. She's probably not doing so well. I think I might try call her. You dial Stella. Hey, what's up? Haha, just kidding. I'm not able to come to the phone right now. This is actually a recording of my voice. It isn't really me. Technology, huh? God damn it, Stella. Anyways, leave a message, or don't. I never check this thing. The mailbox is full and can't accept messages at this time. Great. Let's explore by texting. Jacinda, hey. That Wayne guy didn't come after you, did he? I mean, that's super confronting. I'm just gonna be direct. Hey, I'm kind of worried after you ran off last night. Text me as soon as you get the chance. You wait for a few silent minutes. Your message sits undelivered. Okay. Undelivered. Like my phone isn't working? Interesting. Or her phone is not able to receive. She's out of reception. Alright. I can ask how Kanika is doing. What if Wayne got her? Does Stella disappear like this sometimes? Haven't heard from her either. That's not good. I know we haven't exactly gotten along. Kanika doesn't like me. I mean, fair, I have said some things that were against her before. But we should meet up in town and look for her together. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. Visit the opossum. I will take a shower. Do I even have the energy for that? Might as well take a shower before starting the rest of your day. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. The hot water soothes your aching joints. Despite the state of the bathroom, the shower is a good place. As it rinses your body clean, you... can think about the door to the clinic. I wonder how much what I think about in the shower affects things. Because going to the shower in the first place is quite optional. What about the afterlife? I'm hearing a buzzing of flies and I'm pretty sure that's from the game, but part of me wants to check that it's not in my actual room. I think about someone special. Specifically, you think about, oh, I can choose to like romance. Are these all of the romance options? Wayne, Dr. Kelly, Reese, Oscar, Avery, Kanika, Stella. Oscar, the shy and handsome town librarian. Dr. Kelly and the way her commanding presence dominated yesterday's dinner. Is Oscar the only one that's described officially as good looking? All of the other ones are just... Kanika's described as fashionable. Oh, I can't go back. I thought this was going to be one of the options to go back. Wayne and the way he effortlessly crushed that ditchling? Don't love that. Okay, well, Stella's gone. Kanika hates me. Avery I've barely talked to. Reese I've met once. Dr. Kelly hates me. Wayne would be weird. I'm going with Oscar. You think about Oscar, the shy and handsome town librarian. He and his daughter finally have their house back. Though sacrifices had to be made for that to happen. You should pay them a visit today. Oh, that's how much it changes things. Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe I should not have done that. Okay, well, head downstairs. It's time to face your cousin. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They're striking, this week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Keen-Eye, your cousin's posture is unsurprisingly much tenser than usual. It's possible the strike is even worse than she thought it would be. It probably won't be long before she bolts out of here. Does it even matter how the strike plays out? Any resolution would merely treat the symptoms of the disease rotting the heart of Scarlet Hollow. Can you, Mystical Powers, you want to be a little bit more forthcoming with the knowledge of what the disease is? For things to stand any chance of getting better, there's something deeper you still have to fully uncover. Well, we should talk about last night, that's for sure. If the mind's in trouble, sell it and sell the estate? I probably don't have a chance to ask too many questions because it sounds like she's going to leave soon, so I really want to focus on what happened last night. Oh, ghosts are real. Do you regret what happened? It feels good, doesn't it, getting rid of something our family left behind like that? Yeah, I kind of want to ask that one. I wonder how she's going to respond to this. It feels good, doesn't it? Getting rid of something our family left behind like that. I can't believe you're saying that. Have you looked in the mirror? Okay, she did not respond. But she probably feels a bit guilty, to be fair. So, ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. I can. What does that actually change about anything? You're Scarlet. You were probably going to die young anyways, and I still have a mind to run. Okay. As abrasive and blunt as ever. If the mine's in trouble, you should just sell it. Yeah, what does she feel about selling the mine? If the mine's in trouble, you should sell it and sell the estate. Get out while you still can. Tabitha bristles. Did not like that. I'm not giving up like that. This is the Scarlet Mine. I'm not going to cash out on our family's legacy. I'm bringing the mine back to life, one way or another. Okay. Well, any news on the trapped kids? Any news on the trapped kids? We have confirmation of at least one voice down there, and the boys have been digging around the clock. I don't think it'll be long before we can put all this unpleasantness behind us. Okay, so maybe only hopefully the kids are fine? Maybe the kids are okay? Have you heard anything from Stella? Have you heard anything from Stella? I can't get a hold of her. No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. I mean, I can still talk about the strike. Why not? I can use my mystical observation, or I can use my keen eye observation. Or I could talk about the ditchlings. The mystical one, I feel like she's just gonna get mad at me, but I'm hoping that it'll actually explain a little bit more detail of what I mean by saying underlying disease. So I'm gonna pick that one. The strike is just a symptom of the rot in this place, Tabitha. If we don't treat the underlying disease, it won't even matter who wins. Okay, yes, I know that we saw a literal ghost last night, but this is important, Jono. This isn't just about me. This town relies on the mine. It's not doing well, okay? If I don't quash this strike, that's it. How are you feeling about the strike? You can be honest with me. It's going to get ugly. People are going to lose jobs, and if I don't play things right, this town is going to be devastated by the fallout. I'm used to playing the part of a villain. If that's what people see me as for holding this place together, then so be it. Wow, so that's how she sees it. She has to play the bad guy to protect the town. I don't disagree with her, to be honest. I don't think the ditchlings are predicting the strike. You should probably have seen this coming. Okay. I don't really want to ask more about this. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. Well, about that. Oh, the ... She's feeling bad about it. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Aww. It's like, don't get in any trouble, but if you do, I'll help. Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Fuel up with a quick PB&J. If Stella's MIA, who knows when you'll get the chance to eat? And who knows just how much your new affliction will affect your appetite? You make yourself a PB&J in anticipation for the long day ahead of you. And that's that. Head to town. Time to head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. The birds sound different today, muffled like your ears are full of cotton. The dull sun shines down on the surrounding wilderness, seeming to wash the color from the world. But you're adjusting. Already your body is starting to accept the change that has come over it, to accept that this is how things will be from here on out. Glimpses of pale figures dot your periphery. You haven't seen ditchlings in the middle of the day before. They're getting bolder. They're everywhere. As you continue the trek to town, you pause to stare out at the mountain range beyond the holler, contemplating a world that's blissfully unaware of the danger threatening the citizens of this tiny town. The world outside feels less real with each passing day, as the strange reality of what's happening in Scarlet Hollow gently uproots what you've always taken to be the truths of your world. Of our world. Your everyday worries seem distant, overshadowed by a fear and dread that hasn't stopped building up since the moment you stepped off that bus. Yep, mystical powers have been warning me. Oh, Kanika's wearing all black. It isn't long until your journey from the estate is over, and you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. Hey, you made it. I still haven't heard from Stella, and I've already seen a bunch of those ditchling things scurrying around in broad daylight. I know my mom said they're harmless, but we should start looking for her. You can ask how she's going mentally. She does hate me, I might as well. Might as well try and soften our relationship a little bit. I'm supposed to see your mom at some point. I do want to ask that as well. So, how are you mentally? That's a great question. My concept of how the world works is being shattered a little more each day, so that's cool. Every day I feel more and more like I need to get out of this town before it swallows me whole, but I also keep feeling like there are too many reasons to stay. Like right now, I can't leave until I know Stella's okay. With her folks gone, the only people she has are her friends. And as her bestie, I can't just let her go running off in the woods to get eaten by a Bigfoot. And my mom is so chill right now, it's driving me nuts. Anyway, that's how I'm doing. Probably about as poorly as everyone else who was at the library last night. Except maybe Stella. I'm supposed to see your mom at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on some things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told us all last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. I should probably stop making fun of her whole New Age mystic vibe. A lot's happened in the past couple of days. Still, there'll be plenty of time for tea after we've looked for Stella. Any leads on Stella? I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone else yet, so nope, none so far. She ran north last night, but that doesn't mean she didn't double back. I'm trying not to worry too much. It's possible she's safe somewhere, just not answering her phone. But I also don't want to bet on that. I can ask about the general store, but I feel like that's really not important right now. I was kinda surprised you reached out to me, after all the issues between you and Tabitha. Yeah, you sacrificed years of your life to exorcise a ghost for people you hadn't met until what, 2 days ago? That kind of outweighs whatever feud I have with your cousin. Oh, well, at least that's put us on good terms with Kaneko. And I'm not going out there alone, because the last thing I want is to go missing while looking for someone who went missing. We do everything in groups from now on. That's not a bad idea. I might as well ask about her opinion on ghosts now that her worldview has been shattered. So, ghosts, huh? Ghosts, huh? Yeah, ghosts. I don't know about you, but I'm currently staving off a massive existential crisis about the state of matter and what being alive means. I can explore about why she thinks Stella is upset. Any idea why Stella was so upset? Being possessed seems awful, but she's the only one who ran off. Could be a lot of things. She could have hit her breaking point stress-wise. She could have been horrified by meeting a ghost for the first time. She could be struggling with what that ghost did. But at the end of the day, I have no idea. We'll just have to find her and see if she wants to stop running from it and finally talk things out. I do want to use my keen eye one. Otherwise, what other options do I have? I'm actually thrilled maybe I can be a professional ghost hunter. Not that one. I'm gonna ask this one. I guess that raises an important question. Is Stella missing because she doesn't want to be found, or did something happen to her when she ran off? If it's the first one, is finding her going to do any good? Maybe she needs space. Maybe she needs space, but things have been getting dangerous around here. I'd rather not take that coin flip. Okay. I guess we should get started. Yeah, we're burning daylight. Where to first? Jeez, where to first? We should check in on Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. I feel like now my character is into Oscar, so that's what my character would respond as. Check out the diner. Go to the mines. Check out the church. We should check in on Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. I hope nothing else happened after we all went home last night. They're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchlings than some place that was that haunted. Library card. Visit Oscar in the library in episode 4. Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort, all menace having fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. No ghost. Thank God. I was not up for an encore. I guess Oscar must be in back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally got my house back. Let's go. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. More accurately, it feels as if the events of the previous evening were mostly just a dream. That hideous stone carving is still buried in the basement, and though it's subtle and subdued, you can still feel the faintest of hums reaching out from it. Oh, it's still got ghost energy. This hallway creeps me out. Kanika knocks on the door. Oh, morning. Good morning. It's so good to see all of you, Jono. He takes in the sight of you standing in the bright corridor. His expression changes subtly, his eyebrows curving upwards with a twinge of guilt upon seeing you at his door. I hope you're doing well this morning. Please, come on in. You have no idea how good it felt to sleep in our own house last night, though I suppose I didn't do too much sleeping. I mostly sat and stared at the hatch all night. And that felt good? Nothing happened, but the idea that something could happen was more than enough to keep me wide awake. So, what brings you here? Stella's been missing since last night, and we're trying to figure out if anyone's seen her. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you. Nope, we have no clue where she's gone. That's not good. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I feel terrible. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging down the door trying to get evidence of ghosts. I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. There is no way you could have known how she would react when she found it. Oh, thanks for picking up your daily cookie, Mim. Hope you enjoy your virtual cookie. I know you've got a lot going on, but let us know if you see her around. After everything we went through last night, I'm worried about her. Hello, Mim. How you doing today? Have a little bit of break in your work, I'm assuming. What did you miss? You missed the recap? We had a shower, and then I had to pick up something to think about, and I was curious what the, think of someone special options were, and I thought I would be able to back out from it, so I couldn't do that. So I picked Oscar because it's the only person in town that doesn't hate me that I'm not related to, and isn't missing in the case of Stella. Happy Easter to you too. Yeah. Let's see. And then we met up with Kanika in the street, and here we are at the library. After everything we went through last night, I'm worried about her. Oh, that's Kanika. Sorry that I can't be more helpful, especially after everything y'all have done for us. I know time is of the essence right now, but while you're here, I wanted to let you know that I'm determined to do whatever I can to help investigate what's happening to our town. I was hoping we could compare notes. It might help me narrow down where I should start my research. Hey, we've got a new recruit. As far as I'm aware, there was nothing paranormal in Scarlet Hollow before, very recently. Now here we are, suddenly surrounded by weird little goblin creatures in the woods and plagued by angry ghosts. I am really enjoying this, Mim, yeah. You think there was an inciting event, right? I do. The death of my aunt? Yes, no? That's my thought too. I was never like this in the Hollow. It was never like this in the Hollow before. Something must have happened that kicked off all this magic stuff. So is it the fact that our aunt died, or how our aunt died, or why our aunt died? Because it's a possibility our aunt died trying to mess with some magic seal or ghosts or something, and then that's what caused all this to happen. Or it's the fact that our aunt was the seal against the ghosts and all of the crazy magic stuff. If there's a root cause for all of this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in its bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have been any similar events and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. We'll fill you in on what little we know, so you at least have some place to start. Are we sure the ghost is really gone? That's a good question. We've been finding these okay, we can talk about the stone seals. We can talk about it maybe being a cult. We can talk about saving Pixel. I think there's something in the clinic that's also an option. Let's start with the stone seals. The theory for Oscar's traits are powerful body and book smart. Yeah, that makes sense. Though, in the shower, it's interesting. He's one of the few characters that's actually referred to as good looking. Because he's referred to as, I think, was it quiet and handsome? The only other character that has a reference to their appearance, I think, is Kanika being fashionably dressed. So Oscar is canonically handsome. Just saying. We've been finding these weird stone seals. There was one in the mines and another in your basement. There might be more. These are those carvings you mentioned last night, right? To think there was something like that under my house all this time, and to think someone might have put it there, but who? Maybe it's my bias because I considered them special. No, it was when I... Oh, that's true. Is it does the text change depending on how much you like the person? Like the description change? Because the option said that they were handsome before I even picked it, which is interesting. That's really cool if that's how they've implemented that. You're not telling me that? Fair enough. This gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Jono. Jono, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic yesterday? I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there too. You know, I was thinking about filling that basement with cement and pretending it was never a part of this house. But if we're all here, maybe we should go down and... Oscar sighs. Take a closer look at that carving, seal, whatever it is. It's been bad enough going into haunted houses and abandoned coal mines at night, but there's something that feels so much worse about going down there in the middle of the day. Really, Kaneko? I'm surprised. I would have felt it was the opposite. You better send a link to Albie. I can't say I'm thrilled at the thought of it either, but we need to do whatever we can to start getting ahead of things. I really don't think this is a good idea. The spirit is gone, but you can still feel a faint hum undulating from the basement. Imminent danger may not await you down there, but the stone remains active, if at least weakened. Who knows in what strange ways it might manifest itself? I should probably warn them. The spirit is gone. The spirit is gone, but I can still feel something calling out from that place. I don't know what risk it may pose, but we shouldn't go down there. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that we should all just trust Jono on this. I suppose it's a fair point. Am I still going to stream early tomorrow? No, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. Was that in my calendar? If it's in my calendar, not this week. Might be back to that schedule next week. We'll see how we go. I suppose it's a fair point. We probably shouldn't go down there until after we have a better sense of what we're dealing with. Yeah, let's not touch it. In fact, nobody should ever open that hatch or go down there again. That's all right. We don't have to go. If there's any danger left down there, I shouldn't drag anyone else in the middle of it anyway. I'll brave the basement while y'all look for Stella. Do you not trust our words, Oscar? You could be hurt. There's still something sinister down there. Make him listen to you. No more unheeded warnings. Okay, what's the mystical one? Well, I better use this. Oscar, if you go down there, something will happen to you. Please, can somebody finally listen to me? How many times are people going to ignore me before they finally start to pay attention? Oscar, if you're not going to trust me on this, please at least listen to Jono. You're actually happy you can't make my early Saturday streams and you don't want to miss any Scarlet Hollow. Yeah. Okay, if you're really sure about this, I can start my research on something a little less concrete. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I won't touch anything unless I absolutely have to. Okay, asking are we sure the ghost is really gone seems a bit weird after my current line of questioning, so I'm not going to do that one. I think there's something in the clinic. There was this door yesterday and I could feel something pulling me toward it. I see. I'll dig up what I can on the clinic. There's a lot of history there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something haunting that place as well. Oh god, you don't think that's why Reese is sick, do you? He's been sick for years, hasn't he? If there's something supernatural causing his illness, it puts a bit of a wrench in our recency theory. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. It does, but maybe there's more to it than that. Maybe things being clustered so tightly together is just a coincidence. Or maybe there was evil magic in the air already in some places and it was affecting some areas, but now that whatever seal has been broken has gone, it's just exploded everywhere instead of just a few small locations. Maybe Scarlet Hollow has been weird for a long time and we're all just starting to notice. Yeah, exactly. It took me back-to-back encounters with the paranormal on consecutive nights to even consider that we might be dealing with something supernatural. Okay, what can I ask? I can talk about how it's my destiny to get to the clinic door. Or I can talk about Reese. Okay, talking about it being destiny doesn't seem particularly helpful. I wonder if we can get Reese out of there, but there's no way his mother will let us do that. I guess I'm probably dragging Reese into it as well. Reese mentioned a movie night, right? It's the perfect cover for an investigation. Who knows if that would fly with Dr. Kelly, though. After last night, I'm pretty sure she's not going to let us anywhere near her house. If we're going to investigate the clinic, I think we're going to have to break in. No, absolutely not. It's what Stella would do, and she's been 3 for 3 this week when it comes to finding spooky stuff. She's also been 3 for 3 when it comes to finding her way into mortal peril. This is why we have to find her as soon as possible. It shouldn't fall on me to suggest we do something dangerous. I'm terrible at selling it. It's not that I don't think we should figure out what's going on in there. We just need to be cautious about what we do next. We don't want anyone to get attacked or possessed by any more ghosts, even if it is to help a friend. I don't know if we have time to play it safe. Just give me a day or two to do some research before you do anything rash, okay? Interesting. Should we go back to look for Stella? Probably. We need to find Stella and fast. There's just 3 different options to go look for Stella. Do I want to ask about a cult? Not really. Okay. It sounds like you've got something to work on. We should get back to looking for Stella. I do. Thanks for the lead, Jono. Let us know what you find. I will. You pause before leaving, your eyes lingering for a moment. If there's anything else you'd like to say to Oscar, you should say it now before you leave. Should I romance Oscar? I'm kind of tempted to. He's not a bad guy. Oscar, could I... Oscar, could I talk to you in private for a minute? I can't believe this is the path I've ended up on. I don't hate it. In private? Sure, I can spare a minute. There's a nice secluded spot around the corner. Y'all do your thing. I'll catch up with you after. You follow Oscar to a quiet space by the edge of the woods. Sorry, what? By the edge of the woods? Is there something wrong? This isn't the time for words. Reach out to him and hold him tight. I'm not the only one who feels something here, right? We don't really know each other, do we? I'm not going to be in town much longer. Let's do the second one and see how he responds. I'm not the only one who feels something here, right? Oscar blushes and looks off into the distance. No, you're not. But Jono, I've only been with women. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is like, are all of the characters canonically fluid sexually? Oh wow, I find that genuinely surprising. Poor Oscar, we've made Oscar question his sexuality. Is that a problem? No, I feel something here too. I'm just not sure what I'm supposed to do. Oh my. We've accidentally turned this man. Is it okay if I still buy you flowers and invite you to dinner, or is that too, Oh, that's sweet. Tip, dialogue options marked romance will start a romantic arc with the character you're talking to and will lock you out of romantic arcs with other characters. Okay. I've got 3 options. Yeah, you can buy me flowers, invite me. I'll be the one buying you flowers and inviting you. Don't worry about all that, I just want to explore this while I still can. Jeez, I don't know. Which one should I pick? Should we take charge? Poor Oscar. Doesn't know what to make of the situation. Let's see how he feels being the one invited. Probably quite chuffed. I think most people were quite happy to be invited and be given flowers. Start Oscar's romance, Dream Daddy. This is a dating sim, right? Start a romance. I'll be the one buying you flowers and inviting you to dinner. I think I'd like that. Now, probably isn't the best time with Stella missing, but maybe tomorrow we could go on a proper date and actually get to know each other. Tip, dialogue options marked break will end a romance arc. Oh, it's like breaking up with a character. Oh, this is actually really cute. You can smile to express it. I think using words is good. It's good that everyone's clear about the expectations. It's a date. Really? Yeah, that's great. I'd better get back to my daughter, and you'd better get back to looking for Stella. But tomorrow. He pulls out a scrap of paper and scribbles something on it before handing it to you. Here's my number. Text me anytime. I'll be around. And assuming things have settled down a bit, maybe we can grab coffee at the diner and actually get to know each other. And hopefully by then, I'll have found something that can help with the whole town-wide mystery situation. Wow, this... Jono Scarlet is having a very busy 4 days. I'll tell you that. Oscar leaves and you rejoin Kanika outside of the library. You ready to get back to looking for Stella? I can't gossip about the fact that I'm going to go out with Oscar. Okay, where should we go? The mine seems random. The church is also really random. We should go to her house, surely. Okay, let's go to Stella's house. Yeah, we've been running around town getting all riled up, and meanwhile she's probably just sleeping in or something. I would have checked before we met up, but... I was honestly kind of nervous I might run into some other horror from beyond the veil if I went exploring on my own. You make your way towards Stella's house. The door is as pristine as any old wooden door, no bloody handprints in sight, any telltale signs of Wayne absent. If something happened here, it didn't involve him. At least not at the front door. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. Oh, that's a bit worrying. The interior is cold, and not just physically. There is an absence of joy and life that leaves only a chill behind. This is the ghost of an empty house. There is a sobering dread that comes with the knowledge that your search won't end here. Let's do Kenai. She's dead. Stella died. It's all my fault. I'm also kind of tempted to do a run where I'm just a full-on doomer and I say everything negative all the time. Okay. Nobody's here, and I don't think Wayne came knocking at the front door. You're right. I don't see any goop, so unless he grabbed himself some gloves, I doubt he touched the front door. But that doesn't mean he didn't come in some other way. We should go in, right? Sure. Yeah, we should go in. In case my mystical powers are not quite working. Aside from the corner of the room dedicated to Gretchen, Stella's house almost feels like a museum. Everything's organized with a sort of tidiness you wouldn't expect from someone as rough and tumble as Stella, and only a handful of objects feel like they belong to her. There's the giant princess pillow. There's the little doggy toys. There's a few dog pictures and certificates on the wall. A picture of Stella with her parents. Cobwebs over the boots over here. Interesting. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. Okay, nothing unusual so far. This is perfectly normal. This is a perfectly normal living room. No blood or viscera. Not even a tipped over lamp. That's good. I don't think we're going to find much else, but I kind of want to look around to see if we learn anything interesting. Let's go to the kitchen. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. How recently? The crust of the bread has gone somewhat stale, about as much as you'd expect after being left out overnight. Whoever left it here left many hours ago. That's a little worrying. It's a little messy, but it doesn't look like anything violent happened here. It's possible she came home, grabbed some food, and left in a hurry, right? Maybe she had a panic attack after being possessed, and stopped by at home to make a snack before running off to cry somewhere. That might not sound rational, but it's absolutely in character for her. Huh. Okay. Honestly, it's a relief to think that might be all that happened. A panic attack is much more manageable than rotting ghouls or parasitic doughboys. But that still doesn't tell us where she was going. Okay, let's go to her room. You make your way down the hall to what you assume to be Stella's room. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy. It's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. No streaks of blood and pus that might belong to a certain phantom miner. He hasn't been here. You do notice, though, that her jacket is nowhere in sight. It isn't in her closet, and it wasn't on the coat rack in the other room. Keen Eye is really coming in clutch right now. Stella's jacket is gone. The Letterman one. It wasn't on the rack in the other room. It's not in here, and she didn't have it yesterday. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm sold. Between this and the kitchen, she must have come home last night. Let's check the computer. You go check Stella's computer. I'm not sure we should be snooping on her computer. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? Privacy? Yeah, I'm just worried. I'm actually thinking there might be a clue there. I didn't even think about the privacy thing. I did a little bit, but... This is a little bit manipulative, the way that this question is worded. I think I'm going to pick this one. Look, I know it's an invasion of privacy, but we've got to do whatever we can to find her. Okay, fine, but I'm going to stand over your shoulder the whole time and make sure you don't go looking for anything personal. Jeez, who does she think I am? I'm into Oscar. Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor. Oh, we're going to an ad break? I'm going to swap over to a game. Break time. Okay, land is super close. What else can I... What is close to land? Like dirt? Dirt's nowhere near it. Okay. Continent. Continent's not bad. Country. Hey, Albie, welcome. It's not land. It's not country, but they're close. What about... like island? No, that's further away. State. Also further away. Tricky. What else could it be? Town. Town's pretty close. What about... like city? City's further away than town. Land is still the closest. Like house? House is really far away. Hmm. Shall I hint? Reserve. Like a national, like a park? Park is close, but not it. Nature? Also close, but not it. Monument is very, very close. Hmm. Should I try statue? That is very far away. Museum is close as well. Gosh, fossil? No, I'm getting further away. I don't know. This is hard, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna keep hinting it. Tradition. Oh, what about, like, history? History is 8 away, but it's not right. Tradition, history, monument. Statue wasn't close. Museum is close. Land, history, monument. I'll give another, like, 20 seconds and then I'll just call it and see what the answer is. Oop, sorry, hold on. I think something might have fallen in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Do I have cats or demons? I think I have demons. No, it's the person I live with. I think I'm just gonna call it cultural. Historic. Sure, just give up. Give up. Heritage. It was heritage. Okay, back to the game. Yeah, tough word. That was a hard one. All right. There we go. Okay. Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor, and they overlap each other in a chaotic, multi-layered display. It's a mess. I mean, my desktop is not that neat. I'll just say that. Okay, check the open tabs, check the search history. I mean, open tabs and search history is probably a good call. Search history's not bad. Open tabs easier. It would take you all day to count the number of open tabs in Stella's browser. So numerous are her tabs that you can't see a single icon. A sea of rounded, featureless triangles from Windows edge to Windows edge. Okay, mine's not that bad. She has ADHD. Yeah, she has unmanaged ADHD. Undiagnosed because she lives in a small town. Her most recently open tab is a post on Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm, a forum for cryptozoology enthusiasts. The post in question is titled, "Something Big is Happening in Scarlet Hollow." Her tabs and yours are really close. Okay. Hey everyone, was out chasing a skunk ape sighting the other day and I found these weird little guys. My friend's mom says there's something called ditchlings, but I've never heard of them before. Anyone have any good leads? Oh, that's her code name is Hidden Appalachia. Camera isn't shaky enough. This is totally staged. Clean footage and some sort of cryptid nobody has heard of except for your friend's mom? The only thing I'm seeing where I Google ditchlings is some city in England. Thought you were legit. Guys, since when did high quality footage count as anything other than actual evidence? Those things are terrifying. Since every low budget horror movie started doing guerrilla marketing, I smell an ARG. Stella in real life, Stella, sweet voice, Stella online, lot manly. Yeah, ARG is like alternate reality game. Sometimes like games come packaged with it where like they hide little clues in it, and then you need to go on the internet and search for things and like go to websites that are made for it specifically. It's her Persona. Persona is a series that I've never played but looks really good. I've just never touched it because it looked really time consuming. No. Yeah, it looks amazing. Like, Persona looks like a fantastic game, but it looks like it would take a lot of time to play. I'm serious. I've got a ton of... This is Stella's online persona, by the way, because, you know, she's hiding her identity on the internet like a smart person. Oh, no, wait, she uploads videos to YouTube. What am I talking about? I'm serious. I've got a ton of extra footage. Look at what they've been doing to the animals in town. They're apparently some sort of bad omen, like Mothman. You're at 24.3 and you're torn between Patapon and Persona. Well, you gotta decide. And just a reminder, it gets added as a vote. It gets added to the voting list. It doesn't automatically become the next game I play. But considering how quickly you rack up channel points, I feel like it's going to be pretty high on the list. Okay, I'm listening. I love me a Mothman. I believe you. Oh, lucky you're falling right into her lap. I don't trust YouTubers. They're entertainers, not scientists. The thread continues into the next day. Hey, okay, so 1, this isn't an ARG, I would never, and 2, you're not going to believe this, but we went into an abandoned mine last night to investigate things, and I'm pretty sure we found some Tommy knockers. Listen to this knocking we managed to catch on tape. There's a link to an audio file titled Tommyknockers Real.wave. Just because you put the word real in your file name doesn't mean they're real. 2 supernatural events on back-to-back nights? This is so fake. I can't believe I bought into that River Runner hype. You're so full of it. YouTubers are always going to sell out to big indie horror. This is kidnapped by aliens all over again. Also, lol, doughy white things and now loud popping noises. This is definitely an ARG. Did you sell out to Pillsbury? Stop cyberbullying her or I'm going to call the mods. Uncle Carl. Locking this thread and giving everyone a 7-day ban. No cyberbullying and no self-promo. Damn, shut down. Thread ends. Ouch. Okay, let's check the search history. You check Stella's search history. She hasn't visited any website since Tuesday night. If she came home after last night's incident, she didn't touch her browser. Well, it's dead end then. Her search history is almost entirely work-related. A furious series of queries for various monsters and cryptids that might fit the profile of ditchlings. You were thinking DAO at first, but you don't think it's super Twitch-friendly? Okay. The game I play does have to be Twitch-friendly. Glitchiness, as long as it doesn't hurt my computer, is not the end of the world, but it does have to be Twitch-friendly. That's that. And when I say Twitch-friendly, I mean like in a... Will I get in trouble for playing it on Twitch? That's my main concern. Okay, I think we've seen enough. If I'm hot, she has a lot of Sarah McLachlan in her history. I'm not sure if I understand the connection. Thank God. I love seeing someone's room before they've had a chance to clean it up. That's an inside thought. Don't say that out aloud. This sure looks like a room. What? Okay, I don't think there are any other clues. I don't think there's any other clues here. Yeah, MC, this is a room. What are your thoughts? Hey, Kanika, this is a bed. What are your thoughts? I don't think so either. This is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. She still does those corkboard with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. She saw one movie or TV show with red strings connecting objects, and then she's like, this is the aesthetic I need for my room. That's really funny. Alright, leave. That or one of her parents did something like that. You turn to leave Stella's house. Alright, we got an achievement for visiting Stella's place. So she probably came home last night, but she left the door open and didn't tell anyone where she was going. But I thought I was overreacting this morning. I thought she would have just been sleeping in or something. I can't believe she's actually missing. So the Always Sunny scene, yeah. We're going to the cops. I know they probably won't actually do anything, but we should see if we can get them to start looking for her before we go anywhere else. I'm forced to visit the cops? Oh man, they don't like me. Oh, I can check out the diner or the church. Or we can ask if her mum has ideas. All right, fine, let's go to the police. Oh, the diner, like everyone goes to the diner. Someone might have spotted her. I feel like it's probably a dead end, but no, we'll go to the cops. The cops here are useless, yeah. But what if maybe? Yeah, let's go. We should make sure the police know Stella's missing. And we probably should report her missing. Maybe it's the one time they're useful? Yeah, you never know. Someone might have come in. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper. And the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. Okay, so the game is calling them useless as well. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Bo standing between you and the officer behind the desk. Bo couldn't find the body either. The monsters might have taken it. Oh no, am I going to run into an impregnated version of Duke somewhere? With like lumps and creatures coming out of him? Oh gosh, that's gonna make me feel real bad. Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Deputy Franklin, sir. She was gonna be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She's important to our family. Sorry for the mental image, yeah. Maybe the cops got ditch-linked. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I just saw that. That's what I was worried about. The Scarlet Hollow... The Scarlet Hollow police are spread pretty thin at the moment, young man. Any property disputes will have to wait, if indeed there is a dispute to be had. Are you sure it wasn't some animal that took your vegetable? Sir, you know Mr. Tremaine thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. That's not the right voice for Bo. He ain't coming to his door for all I know. He might be all the way up to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something you can do about it? So he's just worried about the pumpkin. What the hell happened to your face? It ain't polite to comment on appearances like that, sir. Is Bo's face more swollen than when we ran into him the first time? I honestly don't remember. Yeah, you tell him, Bo. You tell him. Oh, he's talking to me. Yeah, my face is a bit worrisome. I have a condition. I have a condition. Oh, is it one of them old diseases? I think I saw that in a movie once. It was awfully scary. I hope you recover soon. Old noise. I got old. I have the disease of the old. I caught old, guys. I can say I remember that they're the mayor's security guard. Doesn't this town have 3 cops? I actually do want to know, where are the other 2? Doesn't this town have 3 cops? Where are the other 2 at? Bo is sweet and nice, yeah. Haven't you heard? There's a nasty strike going on at the mines. Miss Scarlet's asked us to try and bring the temperature down a bit. Oh yeah, that always brings down the temperature at strikes, bringing the police. And I drew the short straw for being stuck on desk duty. Bring the temperature down? I'm sorry, are Earl and Dennis working for the town, or are they working for Tabitha? I'd rather not get into it right now, Miss Forsyth. Now, is there something I can help you with, or did you just come into the station to chit-chat? I can talk about him being the security guard for the mayor. I do want to know if Bo found his dad, though. Bo, did you manage to find your dad? Bo's stoic expression breaks, and for a moment you can almost see tears forming in his eyes, but he blinks them away. Yeah. I found him. I gathered what there was to gather. We're giving him a proper burial in the family plot. It's been tough going, trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. Do you think they'll go back where they came from soon? Mama and Mia tried to fight them back as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. Jeez. They will once they've had their fill of suffering. Jeez, what the heck? Sure. They will once they've had their fill of suffering. So the ditchlings are around just because bad things are going to happen, and they just absorb all of the bad stuff. They're like energized by it. I don't much like the sound of that. Neither do I, Bo. Make Bo romanceable. I'm sure things will go back to normal soon. I'm so sorry for everything you've had to go through. Alright, let's ask... Weird question, but are you part of a cult? There's just this idea going on. I haven't found any leads for this, so I'm not going to ask about it. Let's ask about the mayor security guy. Look, are you a cult? A cult or a cult? Hey, I remember you from yesterday. You're the mayor's security guard. We also met on Monday. I'm a man of many hats, and all of them give me authority over you, so you best watch yourself. Okay, let's finally talk about Stella. Stella ran off last night, and she's still missing. A missing person. Apologies, Mr. Calloway, but I'm going to have to handle this first. Actually takes the job seriously, to be fair to Deputy Franklin. And isn't immediately suspicious of us, unlike the other two police officers, I don't think. Deputy Franklin pulls out a few forms from the front desk and holds them out. Very by the book, though. If one of you could fill these out, please. A missing person. Thank goodness I can do something else. Yeah, he just like takes every job seriously. Deputy Franklin is currently the highest ranked of the cops in my mind at the moment. I can take care of that. Thank you so much for taking this seriously, Mike. I know Stella has a tendency to go on hiking trips, but this feels different. She can't be in her right mind going back out into them woods after what happened to my daddy. I can ask if they will start now. Or I can say thanks for taking this seriously. Why did we even come here? This was pointless. I don't think the cop believes in ditchlings yet. Which is remarkable considering how many are around. Let's try to call him out. Are you sure you can't start looking, like, right now? She shouldn't be off on her own when there are so many ditchlings around. Calling the police officers by their first name, yeah. Ditchlings? John John told me about them yesterday. Them things that got my daddy. I called about them last night too, since they've been coming up out of the woods into the farm. I even saw some on my way here, plain as day. I remember the call in question. We may have gotten a few calls from other folks as well. But Hugby and Derrickson don't seem to be too concerned. I trust the sheriff on this one. Ah, damn. That's your fatal flaw, Deputy Franklin. You trust the people above you that are dumb. I don't care what Earl thinks. People should be concerned. I don't like how many of them there are, and I especially don't like the impact they're having on the local wildlife. Or the local pets. Look, we've stretched thin enough as it is. If you think the town should have a dedicated animal control department, you're welcome to take it up with the mayor. You have to convince the mayor dog that the town should have an animal control department? That's insane. Your dog? Oh, there we go. Here's the truth. Take it up with your friend's cousin. Yeah, so, you know, Tabitha is really the mayor of the town. Like, there's an admittance that it is just a figurehead position. Please, sir doggo, can we have some help? Am I going to get the new Tomodachi Life? I'm not. I wasn't going to. It does look quite interesting and fun, but it wasn't something that I was, like, definitely going to get. Because I didn't grow up on it, so I don't have that nostalgic attachment to it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. But like in terms of cozy games, I've already playing Pokopia. That's already taking so much time. So I wasn't in like a rush to jump onto another like cozy life sim kind of game. Even though obviously the tone is way different to Pokopia. But to answer your question, my orders are to man the station, but I'll be sure to start an investigation as soon as I'm relieved. What's all this about a pumpkin? Yeah, actually, what did happen to the pumpkin? What's all this about a pumpkin? Julius Tremaine stole Big Betty, and I'm trying to get the police to talk to him. And I've been telling Mr. Calloway that there's no way to prove who the vegetable in question belonged to. You see it as a drama simulator, honestly. There's no way to prove who the vegetable in question belonged to. If there's no documentation, it's your word against his. The Calloways and Tremaines have been at this a long time. Some feud from over a century ago split the families, and they've been at it ever since. But there's another family drama that I don't know about? What makes you think Julius stole it? He's been claiming Big Betty was his since day one on account of he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. He's never been good about the property line, same as every Tremaine that came before him. We get our fair share of calls from Mr. Tremaine as well. Not that I'm at liberty to discuss confidential police information. I was hoping we'd get a reprieve from his nonsense after what happened to Daddy, but it don't look like he's willing to give us any time to grieve. Wow, I can ask a lot about this pumpkin. Why was this pumpkin so valuable? She was gonna get us a blue ribbon. Daddy said she was near 2,000 pounds. We were supposed to be at the state fair by now, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen this year. And Mr. Tremaine ain't even coming to his door to answer for what he done. Just holed up like the coward he is. At the very least, he could give me back some seeds for what's left of her, or so I can try again next year. There's an important pumpkin to our family. Yeah, how do you even move a 2,000 pound pumpkin? I don't know how he did it, but he did it. It could have easily been a bear, or a mountain lion, any large animal. 2,000 pounds though? We're no bear. We're hunting folk, we know the signs. This was a man's work, and that means it was Mr. Tremaine. He knew just what to do to hurt our family. You want me to go over there and kick his ass for you? Damn, when did I get into that court? Classic Southern family dispute. Okay, I don't really want to distract the cop with this pumpkin thing. Even though it's probably more important than I realize. I'm just gonna say sorry. I'm sorry for everything that's happened, Bo. I appreciate that, thank you. I'm trying not to let it get to me. Gotta be strong for Mama now that it's just the two of us. You know, Mike, it sounds like Bo has a real case here. It's not just two neighbors getting angry at each other. Property's been stolen. Been stolen. Couldn't you get involved in his behalf just this once, after everything he's been through? This isn't the first time there's been a theft between the Calloways and Tremaines. We've heard it all. We know exactly how it'll play out. Trust the police to do the policing, ma'am. Can try and guilt Deputy Franklin. What would it take for the cops to get involved? Ice cold. First you leave Duke's body in the woods, now you won't even help Bo with his pumpkin? You seem to really have it out for this family. Damn, manipulation. It's our job as police to remain impartial when it comes to the citizens of this town we protect. None of us have it out for Mr. Calloway or Mr. Tremaine. We're just doing what we can to uphold the safety and security of all residents in Scarlet Hollow. And you're doing a great job. Weird question, but are you part of a cult? I have no justification that I can think of why I would want to ask that, so I'm just not going to for this playthrough. Let's just get going. Kanika hands the completed report back to Deputy Franklin. Thank you, ma'am. I'll get this filed right away. Good luck out there. Yeah, they didn't find Duke when Bo found. And they, like, knew exactly where as well. They just didn't try, obviously. Or Bo would have tried harder, I guess, but... I hope Miss Richmond is alright and y'all find her soon. Alright. Guess we'll be on our way. Now we'll be on our way. Best keep your nose clean out there, Jono. Try to stay out of trouble. Why don't they just do their jobs? Visit the police in episode 4. Great, so they're almost always going to be useless. Well, at least we filed a report. Still, I guess finding Stella is going to mostly be up to us. Where to next? Before you can suggest your next move, you start to feel woozy. Spots form at the edges of your vision. Your legs suddenly feel unstable, your body sending you clear signals of exhaustion. And then it passes. Still, it probably won't be long before your body needs a chance to rest. You should plan your next move wisely. I definitely want to get tea. I don't want to run the risk of missing out on that, so I'm going to go to tea. I'm supposed to get tea with your mom today. Maybe she'll have some ideas. I go tea regardless. Ah, well, I've missed it. Too bad. Too bad, so sad. Sure, can we humor her? Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs or protection or something. Which might actually work, who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. Because I am old. Because I didn't want Tabby to get hurt. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the two of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, Jono. Hope you're sufficiently recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom. It's just that Stella's missing, and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. I need to old person voice now for my character? Nah. Too many voices. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. It just affects the rest of my body and not my vocal cords. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Jono about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to him. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Jono. Kanika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. Good thing Kanika has her mum looking out for her. She seems so tired today, and you'll probably be able to find Stella without her. Really? Interesting. I won't have the energy to look for Stella after this, I feel like. Wait, that isn't right, is it? Something's going on here, but it's hard to put it into words or pin it down into thoughts. Yeah, Sybil's definitely lying. What is Sybil's agenda? Shall we? Suspicious. Sybil motions towards the tea room. Suspicious. Please have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright glow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy, with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? Okay. So, what should I ask her about? A lot. The other day you promised to tell me, what was it? Unsavory tales of my mum's youth. The game is great, but really, really doesn't make you want to try tea. It was delicious, tasted like a rotten log. Tea is great, guys. Come on. I like tea. You guys have never had tea before? Really? Rooibos. I don't know what rooibos are. I most certainly did, though I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. All the mystical people are exaggerating for dramatic effect. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Our mum is older than Sybil. I guess Sybil is Kanika's mother. Why does Sybil have such grey hair? What's going on? Her family wasn't good to her. Perlan was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which is to say she was not a very kind woman. Edwardine was not a kind woman. Okay, good to know. Vivian is younger than Sybil. Yeah, a little younger. A little younger. A little, not a huge amount. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violent either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Don't be so greyest. Yeah, I guess I am. I'm just not used to people. She might have had kids late. That's true, yeah. Kids late. Like, I have a relative whose first child was when they turned 40. So I guess by the time their kid is 30, they will look like this. It says something about Vivian having me late too. Oh, okay. I don't remember that, but yeah. You're definitely right about that. Yeah. That makes sense. Family friend in his 60s and his youngest isn't 10 yet. His name is also Jono. That's funny. Because it's like, my character's meant to be 20-something, I think. Yeah, I guess it's possible that my parent could have grey hair by then. It's true. Yeah. Why were Perlan and my mom raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labor. Yeah, what do you know about Grandma? What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The youngest died when the girls were still children. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. Yeah. Oh, this is an interesting one. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over their minds. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Honestly, my mum dying from childbirth at a young age might make me not want to have kids too early. All the men were a dream. All of the women were conceived spiritually. Immaculate Conception of the Scarlets. That's the sequel to the game, Immaculate Conception of the Scarlets. Might have been Stuart, or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it What with skipping town and all? Ah. Interesting. Yeah, so they all have forgettable partners. Vivian's father was some teenage fling. Huh. Huh. And then Vivian had a fling and that's how we were born. Maybe we have a dad at the mines? Yeah, potentially. There just comes a time in a Scarlet woman's life where she's like, now I'm gonna go get pregnant. And then they don't keep in touch with the dad. Maybe one of the old dudes? Maybe. Oh, thanks for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but feel free to claim it if you would like. Okay. What happened to... but yeah, I'm really appreciative of follows. What happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. I'll be asked Rec to see. Don't force Rec out into the open. Hi, Rec. Thanks for following. Thanks for following Rekowski. Or Rec. Rec is a lot easier to say. She came to me for advice. She was distraught. Okay, so I'm talking about my mum finding out she's pregnant. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. Mim is a menace. Mim is very driven, I'll give you that. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Oh no, are we going to have to go to the church? Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. Was she worried about her own life, or was she worried about our life? Is it the curse of the Scarlets affecting her or affecting us? Once you give birth, then your timer starts. Mim literally was like, don't talk to me, I'm busy watching this stream, so come watch it or be alone. Gosh, Mim. Yeah, oof indeed. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but when she was born into wedlock, so I assumed her mother's worries had something to do with religion. Born in wedlock. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Like a death sentence. Is there a prophecy, or is it just knowledge of the curse that affects the Scarlet family? She just sent the link. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it's stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. I can just be like, can you just tell me stuff? Okay. So how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. Sybil is super sus, yeah. Agreed. She's hiding things. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Dear, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say right now. There's always a choice. It's quite an aromatic blend, though, isn't it? I'll take your enthusiasm for my tea as a compliment. Mim has been trying to recommend Scarlet Hollow and failing. Mim is the biggest Scarlet Hollow enthusiast. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ask what's going on with all the ritual and stuff, I guess. Oh, I can say this again. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Dear, you just asked me that. You don't have to do anything. Can I ask? What happens if I ask her again? What's with all the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I'll need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help to give me the full picture. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at... Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Dear, are you feeling alright? I'm starting to worry about you. Too much running around this week has clearly crossed up some of your wires. It's possible this game is on your Steam and you forgot since you have Mim as a friend on there. Oh boy. Jeez, I can keep saying this. Is she gonna... I'm waiting until she repeats herself. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Sybil doesn't respond, though her eyes watch you with great concern. Oh, I literally am being forced. Sip your tea. Tea reading. Drink the tea, it's good for you. God. You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core. Like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. Okay, this does not sound like good tasting tea. Yeah. Oh, Sybil. She's forced us to drink this shifty tea. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. Maybe not Sybil's tea. Maybe have different tea. It's soothing beyond what you would expect out of ordinary tea. There must be something magical at work in this blend. Alright, let's finish the tea. You close your eyes and take another sip, and then another. It's delightful. The tea is gone before you know it, the small cup, empty save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh my god. You guys fighting over playing the game. Unless you're mistaken, the tea has also helped with your condition, at least a little bit. You still feel aged and worn, but you're a little less tired and a little mentally sharper than you were a few minutes ago. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that you can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. I'm still old, but I had tasty tea. I had tasty tea that rejuvenated me slightly. You and Mim being on opposite sides of the planet is working in your favor. That's great. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. And there's a certain central figure here. A cat. An enemy lurking in plain sight. Okay, so there's someone in our life that is suspicious. Oh, can I have a look as... Oh, the cat's got to be Pixel. Or maybe Frou-Frou. Oh my gosh. How do I do... Okay, let me have a look at the tea. I'd like to see. I'm sure it wouldn't make much sense to most people. It'll probably just look like a confusing mess of old leaves. But you're free to take a look. You can think of many people that are suspicious? Yeah. You take the cup, staring down into it. It's just leaves. There's no pattern, nothing swimming together in the dregs of your tea to give you any warning or premonitions. After a long moment, Sybil takes the cup back from you. I hope that settled your curiosity. Don't worry if you couldn't make sense of it. It takes years to learn this sort of thing, even for someone with your propensities. So she knows about our mystical powers. You can sort of see the cat. She winks conspiratorially. Winky winky. Ah, who is the cat? Who is the cat? I don't know anything about Pastor Daniel. And I only had a mild distaste for them. But they are the only person that set off my radar, so I'll go with that for now. I mean, it could be her, but, you know. Shouldn't be saying that in front of her anyway. I met Pastor Daniel. I had like 3 sentences of conversations with him, and then I was like, okay, see you, bye. Because my mystic sense was like, for some reason you just like this guy. And I was like, okay, I won't talk to him then. He's such a sweet man. I wouldn't know. The cat could be Pastor Daniel. There's something wrong with that poor young man, isn't there? I don't think there's actually a bad bone in his body. There's just something perennially off-putting about him. His whole situation's rather unfortunate. The cat requires a level of closeness that I don't think the good pastor is really capable of. Not to be rude or a gossip, but I don't think he has a single friend in town other than his wife and daughter. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. Damn. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connecting to some hidden enemy. Perhaps we can try to counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Yeah, not to be rude or gossip, but proceeds to be rude, yeah. Until the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out, piece together what you can from your visions, and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Your thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper to the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. Oh boy. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. You'll have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you snuffing around her clinic. If I recall correctly, there's a hill that'll take you nearly all the way to the 2nd story, and she never locks any of the doors up there. Just in case that's helpful information. Yeah, Sybil, hey, if you wanted to break into the clinic, I know exactly how you can do it. I think that's all the help I can offer. I mean, that's a lot of pointers from Sybil. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. You helped last night. Why don't you come with me? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. Be Scarlet do crime, yeah. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all the crouching. Jeez, okay. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger. I mean, for real though. For real. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger. I suppose you could see it that way, But I hope I've done more than that, even if you don't realize it yet. I mean, to be fair, the tea maybe healed us a bit. So, Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Sybil closes the door to the tea room, the bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. I can talk to Miles, or check in on Kaneko. What about... I'll check in on Kaneko. You can talk to Miles, but why would you do that? You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kaneko. You make your way upstairs. Okay. You knock on Kaneko's door. Mom, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. Every time you talk to me, it makes you feel old. I'm not your mom. Oh, Jono, what's up? I was hoping we could spend more time together. Let's hang out for a minute. Okay. Should I ask her to join me at the clinic? I'm putting more people in danger, potentially. I'm already on death's door. Can I full die in this game? Don't answer that. Kaneko has the sneezies, yeah, true. Don't want to bring Sniffles over to our weakened Reese. Alright, I'm just going to say never mind, I think. Never mind. You can talk smack at almost every opportunity, yeah. Entirely. There's always a rude option, Rec. If you want to play a rude playthrough, which is very tempting to me, you can definitely do that. You leave the general store, exiting onto Main Street before turning towards the clinic. You make your way up the familiar hill past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. You can see the hill Sybil was talking about, wrapped around the back of the old hospital like a stone blanket. A lot of exercise to get to the... Yeah, there's not really easy access for people, is there? Being on the top of the hill. But, you know... I guess small town, right? It's not easy to design everything. It should take you directly up to the second floor and the unlocked doors of the terrace. As soon as you finish your thought about jumping onto a terrace, a dull throb sets into your knees. There's no way you're doing that. Go through the clinic tour, no one will see me. Why does my mystical sense know that? That's interesting. You've aged at least a decade since last night. You should see if Dr. Kelly can give you a checkup. I'm going to trust my mystical sense. You've found at times that if you haven't wished to be seen, there's been nothing stopping you from remaining hidden. Graveyards, abandoned buildings, old tunnels. You've been in all sorts of strange and unusual places without incident. And for some reason, tonight, Dr. Kelly's clinic feels no different. Ah, so we've got like partial invisibility almost? Or just a really, really good way of avoiding people. You haphazardly make your way up the old wooden stairs of the clinic's wraparound porch, taking steps in strange patterns. To an outside observer, you might appear to be drunk, But there's an unconscious method to your conscious madness, though even you would be hard-pressed to describe it. But there's no creak or moan of ancient wood as you make your way to the door. Silence. I was laughing at your comment earlier, Albie. That's such a good reference to Parks and Recreation. Convenient superpowers when they aren't necessary? Yeah, a little bit. I will take convenient superpowers when they're not necessary over doom and gloom and no further observations. Any day. You push the door open slowly and slip in. You can see the doc at a desk in some room down the hall. She hasn't noticed you. You shut the door silently, watching her closely. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. What? Sorry, what now? You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. And it's in quotation marks. You can feel that odd sensation again. The nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You're here now, and it knows you're here. And you know exactly what it is. Another stone carving, eager to show you its secrets. Okay, we don't really have free choice because we have to go to the stone tablet. I guess that's what that was implying. Dr. Kelly, yeah, there was your glance of the day, Mim. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around the corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar as if inviting you to enter. Turn on the lights. Okay, prepare myself. Oh, ads are starting. I will turn on the lights after the ads. I'm going to swap to the game mode. I will continue it. Let's go play a word game while that runs. Let's get the word game started. Alright, I'm going to refill my water. I'll be back, but feel free to play the game if you would like. Otherwise, I will be back soon. Alright, be right back. Spudperia? What the? Very close with hot. It works now. Oh, sorry guys. I must have set it up incorrectly. My apologies. Just using names. Kelly, yeah, of course you put Kelly. What about something like fire? Maybe we go down that vein instead. Just hotter than Camp. Oh, I'm sending it in YouTube as well. I don't want to do that. Scoville. Not sun. Warm? No. And burning wasn't right either. I'll try attractive. No, that's very far away. Like literally hot. What is literally hot? Okay, I'll ask for a clue so we can get back to the game sooner. Lever. What about like boiling? No. Hot lever? Yeah, I don't know. What? I don't know. Also, hi, Sebri. Thanks for joining in the game. Temperature? Guys, I'll give it another 10 seconds and I'll ask for another hint, I guess. What else? What else could it be? Hot, lever, fire. I've got no idea. You said like... I'm very confused by the hint. Alright, I'll get another one. Shower. What about water? Guys, water is really close. Water is super close. What do you think it is? Bath is not bad. I was thinking more like steam. Oh, steam is pretty far. Hot water bath? Soap? No, that's pretty far away as well. Alright, 10 more seconds and I'll chuck another hint in. Just super speed in it. Oh, thanks, welcome in, Theatrix. Hope you enjoy your virtual cookie. Spa? Alright, another hint. Plug. Plug. Water. Shower. Lever. You said bath. What if it's like pipe? Nope, that's not it. Plug, water, hot, fire, what? Yeah, exactly. I'm not very good at this. We've got so many words as clues, but I still don't know what it is. I think we can only afford one more hint. Ready? Faucet. Guys, another word for a faucet. Anything? Or connected to a faucet, or a plug, or water, or a pipe, or a shower? Tap! Hey! We got it! Alright. Let's get back to the game. Good stuff. We got there eventually. With a lot of help. Oh, wait, I better make sure that you guys can see the game. That would be good. There we go. That should be set up now. Alright. Let's get into the clinic room. Turn on the lights. Oh my god, Reese is just lying there? The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Jano? He squints, seemingly unsure whether you're the same person he met yesterday. Hey, we look alike. We're both on death's door, Reese. We can bond over that. We both caught the olds. What are you doing in the morgue? Vampire! Oh my god, you died and she Frankensteined you back to life. Oh my gosh, I don't, my head is spinning. What do I want to ask? Are you human? She killed you. What? This is crazy. Some of these dialogue options are wild. I'm gonna be like, what are you doing in the morgue? You love Reese so much. I'm sure it looks weird. I'm not... it's not like I expected anyone to come down here. It was just, you know, practicing. A rehearsal, if you will. That's still weird, man. I see, being among the dead brings you comfort. Okay, I mean, much more insightful than my knee-jerk reaction. But I'm gonna go with my reaction. It's not weird, it's just morbid at best. Not gonna lie, this is kinda weird, dude. You're the one who just wandered into a morgue. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. Oh, I don't have any choice. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. Oh, Reese has good energy. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. Creepy. Use your words. Don't let this fervor consume you. Be present in the moment. You inhale deeply and take in your surroundings. You can't help but notice that one of the body storage drawers is labeled Pearl Ann Scarlet. Ooh. Why, wall? Need see thing, but wall stand in way. That's such a funny line. There's some kind of magic shit going on, man. I'm definitely picking one of the mystical options. The wall talk, that wall line is funny. Should I check my aunt's body? I do actually kind of want to, but I should use my words, right? This is not an explore option though. Okay, I'm gonna look at my aunt's body first. You step forward and pull out the drawer. Okay, I don't know what I expected, but it's still not a pleasant sight. So this is your aunt, Pearl Ann, Cole, Baroness of the Scarlet Mines and local she-devil that it seemed no one, not even her own daughter, was able to mourn. This is not the first corpse you've seen, but it feels the same as any other. She's an empty body now. The warmth and energy of her life has now dissipated. The same as your mother was, and the same as you'll be one day. Cold air rises from her bluish skin, her vacant, filmy eyes staring up at nothing. You try to imagine what she may have looked like alive and breathing, slinging subtle insults at the townsfolk, but it's hard to picture any expression on a face so stiff and cold with death. Making sure she didn't walk off? Poke her just to make sure? No, it's a bit disrespectful. I can say a very normal thing and say it's weird meeting her like this for the first time. But something really weird is about to happen, so... She's totally faking it! I bet she's behind everything! Do you know how to check for signs of murder? Just wondering. That's an interesting thought. I'm actually tempted to pick that one. Do you know how to check for signs of murder? Just wondering. No. Sorry. Not unless there's a meat cleaver sticking out of her head or something. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. Just looks like an old lady. Having seen what there was to see, you slide the drawer back in and close it. Alright, back to the wall. The mines had a stone carving the other night, as did Oscar's house yesterday. They've been giving me visions, and I can sense one on the other side of this wall. I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds. That's refers to his own mother as the dock. Get the dock out of our hair? Yeah, if I say I'm sick and need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time it's true, anyway. He looked so cheerful when he said that time. That was cute. Use what you got to get what you need. No shame in that. Doesn't that make her worry about you even more? How'd you learn that little trick? I like that you two have such strong biases towards particular characters. It's quite nice. Take a second to acknowledge how Reese is reacting to everything I did. Yeah, Reese is pretty chill. Reese is just like, a bit different to what I was expecting, but sure. I mean, this is the same guy that was lying in the morgue, so, you know. When you're a teenager whose doctor mom won't let you leave when you're a teenager whose doctor mom won't leave you alone for 2 seconds, you learn how to make it happen. Okay. Alright. Yes, please, act now. Sounds great. Lead the way. Sweet. I'll be right back. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. Where is the doctor? I haven't interacted with Dr. Kelly very much, to be fair. The only times I've interacted with Dr. Kelly, she's been very grumpy. You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom. He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. It looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I'd just pick some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice and some ginger ale, too. Oh, that's kind of nice. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. Coming up, we don't have long until she's back. Town surely is not that close. That's the point? Her being mean? Okay, well, to each their own. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. I say that, but I also like Tabby, and I don't know why, and Tabby's pretty much mean most of the time. But Tabby, at least you can see the cracks every now and then. Anyway, I'll start again. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious whatever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye. Some sort of records with your family's name on them. I want to read the files. Oh no, could they be Tabby's records? This is such a violation, looking at patient records, but then again, I'm gonna die and our whole family is dying and I kind of want to know if we have a genetic disease, so I'm gonna read the files anyway, and I took a bullet for the family, so yeah, I'm gonna do it. Reese stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents. Find something interesting? They're your family's death certificates. This is important information for me to know. Reese once again unbothered, yeah. Reese is like, yeah, do whatever. Alright, whose death? Oh my gosh, I want to explore everyone's death. Let's do Pearl Ann's first. Sure, why not? Cause of death, sleep apnea. Discovered by her daughter, Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Chrysanthemum's a sweet middle name. I like chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums are meant to be representative of mothers, aren't they? I think they're also a flower of mourning in certain cultures. Anyway, no autopsy performed. Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. It's a pretty flower. It is a long flower, but it's a pretty one. Who said you could read any of these? I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. I think it's pretty. Anyway, let's do Edwardines. Your favorite flower is a yellow tulip. They're flowers for the dead. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I've got the meaning of that completely mixed up. Edwardine Scarlet, born April 9th, 1913. Died February 12th, 2003, aged 89. Cause of death, heart failure. Signed by her granddaughter, Pearl Ann Scarlet. Quite a long line. Quite a long life for Edwardine, especially considering that most Scarlets apparently die young. Or maybe it's half of them, because half of them have to take a bullet for the family in some weird twisted curse. Pretty normal. Almost made its 90, died of a normal old person illness. Enoch's. What's going on with Enoch? Enoch Scarlet, born September 9th, 1887. Died August 20th, 1957, aged 69. Cause of death, fall from cliff. Also pretty reasonable, to be honest. You like lilacs the most. I don't think I have a favorite flower, to be honest. It's not something I think about a lot. I do like flowers though. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report? Looks ancient. You quickly flip through a few of the other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24th, 1890, died 1918, aged 28. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse, body not recovered. Signed by his brother, Enoch Scarlet. Ooh, was Enoch involved? She was pushed? You're surprised they have the papers? I mean, I guess Dr. Kelly is just, you know, well, the doctors of the town are just good at keeping records, surprisingly. I wonder if asking about Tabby at the diner got Dr. Kelly to look at them all over again. That's an interesting thought. At dinner, sorry, yeah. That's an interesting thought indeed. Dr. Kelly is a very good doctor. Well, assumedly. Her son is still sick. Her son is probably sick with a mystical disease that no modern medicine could cure, but he's still sick. So she's not... She's probably good, but how good? Unclear. Joseph Scarlet, born April 1914, died June 7th, 1944. Louis Scarlet, born August 1920, died June 6th, 1944. One day apart. Both killed at Normandy in the line of duty. Ah, okay. They must have been Edwardine's brothers. Certificate of fetal death. Infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet, delivered April 3rd, 1945. Stillbirth, mother, Edwardine Scarlet. You can be a good doctor and not fix all diseases. That's absolutely true. I'm just joking. That's, of course, yeah. She's probably great. I mean, everyone else in this town seems to be reasonably healthy. And she's the only doctor in town. Cause of death, complications during birth. No doctor present. Home burial. Now I'm like, for some reason I'm getting thoughts of like Homelander being born in The Boys. Like the baby coming out with supernatural powers and then just like lasering everyone. Like maybe the baby came out and like did some crazy stuff and then she died that way. It is also completely reasonable that it would have just been a regular stillbirth and too much blood loss, but anyway. My mind goes to the craziest leap sometimes. Died of stillbirth age 3. Is that what it says? Delivered April 3rd. It just says infant boy, delivered April 3rd. Anyway. Alexandra Scarlet, born December 12th, 1947, died August 20th, 1957, aged 9. Missing, presumed dead. Signed by mother Edwardine Scarlet. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, oh, if actually missing, it's crazy for a mother to have to sign off on their daughter being dead when they've gone missing. Like that, like you hear about the cases of missing kids all the time, and a lot of the times the parents do not drop it. They're always like, no, my child is alive. They're out there somewhere. They got kidnapped. We have to find them. We have to have the police on them. That is sus. That is so strange. Has Alexandra come up any other time? I can't remember an Alex being named, but that is odd. Oh, the doll. Alexandra, the owner of the doll. So she went, oh no, oh no, oh no, did the doll do something? Is the doll haunted? I don't like haunted dolls. Haunted dolls scare me. Oh no. Mary Bell Scarlett, born September 3rd, 1946, died October 30th, 1963, aged 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother, Edwardine Scarlett. Mary Bell. Grandma. That's grandma dying when our mother was born. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. Time to whip out the old string and corkboard. Read your family's medical records. Reese's eyes flick up to the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening, and you're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Oh, Dr. Kelly's back. Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. He hurries to the closet door, motioning you inside. I don't think my character's in the closet, considering how they were hitting on Oscar. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. Edwardine died in 2003. She lived a long life, seeing 2 daughters die. Yeah, Edwardine lived a long time. Long time, Sebri. How am I feeling about Dr. Kelly Lee Bialau? At the moment, like, neutral, because I feel like I haven't really interacted with her much aside from her telling me off. So, like, neutral to very mildly negative. But I don't feel negative about her because I feel like I understand why she was mad at me. So I would say neutral. I don't have any strong feelings about Dr. Kelly. I'll let Reese in. Why would I? There's not enough room. Hide somewhere else. No, that's fine. You can hide in the closet with me, Reese. You let him in. Together you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house. Ooh. I do not have any strong feelings for Dr. Kelly, something Mim cannot say. Yeah, I've figured that one out. She's rough around the edges like Tabby. I had a chance to try and get her to give me a checkup and I didn't take it. Yeah, that's true. I could have tried to get to know her more. I just wasn't really that focused on it at the time. There's always more playthroughs. We'd better wait a second, just in case. Quietly wait for the danger to pass. Keep your distance. Well, I'm sure he knows his mother better, so... The two of you stand in tense silence, both crammed into the suffocating closet, taking shallow breaths as if she could hear you breathing from the other side of the building. Oh no, this is worse. This is worse, but the footsteps soon return. Dr. Kelly makes her way back towards your hiding place, creaking floorboards broadcasting her location all the way to the hallway just outside your hiding spot. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. Oh, good. Am I locked into a romance with someone else? I'm locked into a romance with Oscar, I believe. Your choices: focus on not making noise or focus on no homo. Yeah. I think I like was very nice to him when I first met him, and then I went into the shower and that was the person that was labeled as handsome while I was in the shower, and I was like, all right, I see where this is going. And then I visited him in the library, and then, you know, things went from there, and we're going on a date tomorrow morning if I don't die. So that's where we're at. Oscar has claimed another victim. Me and the voice actor of Slay the Princess. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. We've probably only got a minute or two until she comes back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. Didn't I tell you that, Mim? Whoops. You can't find the Scarlet Hollow VOD. If you mean on Twitch or on YouTube? On Twitch it should be right there. On YouTube, if you go to the channel, there's a playlist that says, there's a, what's it called? Yeah, there's a playlist that's labeled live streams, and both of the streams should be in there. Oh, the Princess's VA's VOD. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Misunderstood. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way. He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys. Here we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe? Your axe, my liege. A splash of brown catches your eye. There's a small sprig of what almost look like furry berries, with the wide 8-pronged leaf still attached to the base. Furry berries? So excited to get into mischief. Yeah, that's a weird thing to notice. A small sprig of what looks like furry berries with a wide 8-pronged leaf still attached to the base. Is this going to be a recurring symbol somewhere? The end of the sprig is leaking sap onto the countertop. It's fresh. Ah. Freshly used in the tree area with furry berries. Now we can... Reese stops mid-sentence as he notices you staring at the plant. He stoops to pick it up. Ooh, interesting. Does she make her own medicine? He puts it down, but not before breaking off a berry and sliding it into his pocket. I don't think she's allowed to do that. She's not a pharmacist. This room is just for storing stuff she orders for patients from a pharmacist in Brevard. Oh my gosh, is she actually poisoning Reese? Has she got like Nightlock or whatever and farmed it from the forest and is feeding it to him? That's wild. Why would she be making her own? Before you can answer, the two of you hear something in the distance and turn to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference. Go downstairs, quick. You hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. A fresh bubble of tension boils up. You feel like you're walking on eggshells. No, don't be stupid, obviously not. You follow Reese's instruction, once again, starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I'm just waiting for more evidence. I was right. We did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge. But there's no harm in having extra. Wall. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird noises, it's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. Oh, that's convenient. That's convenient that that is the music that Reese listens to. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can be good for your mental health to hang out in the refrigerator. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in the refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You hear the door close and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. That music is horrible for your refrigerator. Reese has very convenient hobbies. It's like, my hobbies are sketching the weird creatures I've seen and all of the bad, like, torment that I've been experiencing that I can put in magic form on canvas, and music to cover up your shenanigans. Hey. Well, now, yes? Whoa, whoa, whoa. May I make the first blow? I wonder if there's a flirt option of that if you flirt with him. You listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down. Let's just leave it and then warn him. I should warn you, something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. Good. Feel like I've been missing out lately. Stop asking questions. It's time to see what's on the other side of that wall. Well, now, yes? Let's do this. No, is my character going to go crazy if I ask more questions? I think so. I'm tempted to try. He like short walks to the morgue and listening to the sound of industrial construction sites in the rain. Accurate. You listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down? Of course I do. I'm sad all the time. Oh. Okay. Yep. Alright, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Glad my taste in music is finally coming in handy. It's exactly the cover we need. Wall. Now. Okay. I feel like this just makes my character more frenzied. May I make the first blow? Go for it. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. The first cut offers a surprising amount of resistance. There is some structure behind it, some wood frame holding it in place, trying to stand between you and what waits for you on the other side. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort. Damn, nice hole. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. I'm fine because being mystical makes me able to mentally deal with these things. Oh yeah, true. I did walk away from it earlier. You love how Reese is like, you want to do damage to my home and get me in trouble, sure. Reese is down for anything at this point. He's so bored. All the excitement in life has been sapped away, and he's a bit depressed. So he's like, yeah, sure. Sure, you can sneak through the medical room and look at all the records, and you can break through the wall. It's more interesting than me lying in bed. Yeah, sounds fun. I'm in. Okay. Alright, we see splintered edge frames. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. Poor Dr. Kelly. How ungrateful the boy is. I think they're both in a sad situation. I feel bad for both of them. You step forward. And you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall? The clinic is built on top of an old hospital? Or into... What? Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. Someone doesn't want us to find the carvings? Yeah, people have gone out of their way to hide them, and they're all very dangerous. And here we are, snooping into absolutely everything. They must have mad rot problems. Hope you have a good lunch, Albie. Alright. Let's see if... No, Reese doesn't know. Reese had no idea, so there's no point asking why the place was hidden away. Though I suppose he could speculate better than us. Someone doesn't want us to find these carvings. I wonder if it's whoever put them there, or if it's someone else. Whatever their reason, they went to a lot of effort to hide this one. I wonder if the doc even knows about this wing. You step forward into the unknown. You don't bother to retrieve the axe. The final wall concealing the carving is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years. The planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. There's another carving. Demons and... Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Oh my gosh, is this Enoch murdering his brother? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I've found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. I went to talk to the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's all right. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. This witch is everywhere. That's right, Doctor. At this point, I think it's safe to say his body was never recovered. Oh my god, Enoch, what have you done? What have you done, Enoch? Whoever it was who claimed to be Theodore, it wasn't him. Wasn't even paralyzed, as it turns out. Just some grifter trying to take advantage of the tragedy. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. What my thoughts on Reese are before I keep going? My thoughts on Reese is he's like an unfortunate sick guy that's like reasonably chill and is like on some level come to terms with his death, but you know is also like understandably quite depressed and feels stuck at home, and just trying to like get all of his feelings out through art. So you know I like Reese. Don't know him super well, but yeah. You came back just to hear my opinion on Reese. No worries. Yeah, I do like Reese. I like most of the characters in the game. I think. I'm just more sus of certain characters compared to other characters. And I'm like more neutral towards some characters. Like I'm much more neutral towards Dr. Kelly at the moment. And I haven't really interacted with the pastor or the wife that cleans. So I'm also like neutral to slightly negative on those two. Hey, I was worried you'd slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like a wild animal. Found some weird carving and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Huh. Nothing spooky happened? You didn't call an ambulance? How did I get here? How did I get here? I carried you. Well, Reese is stronger than he looks. Then again, we have probably withered away as well, so maybe we're lighter than we realize. Oh yeah. But you have a delicate constitution. I'll just say thank you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. No problem. I just figure you'd rather wake up in a bed than that musty hallway. Or the morgue. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No, I snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Figured you wouldn't want to come too in the morgue. I had a vision. Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Tell me more, Reese. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. Okay. Maybe not quite the same kind of vision. At least one of those death records is murky. I don't think Teddy died of the mine collapse. My family has secrets. I don't know if I should be this forthcoming with information if one of the people I encounter is a bit sus, because information gets spread amongst them very easily. Like, if I tell Reese anything, a lot of the information just gets passed on to everyone else in the friend group. Reese is most in contact with... jeez. I mean, they're not in, like, super close contact, but he does contact, I'm so bad with names. I can't believe I'm blanking. The girl that is missing. I'm so bad with names. This is crazy. Who's missing? What's... Anyway, the information could get passed on, which is a bit sus. Person, make place, name, yeah. Exactly. Do I not trust Stella? I'm a little bit sus on Stella. I'm just a tiny bit sus on Stella. Stella was like, so like, into us immediately. Like, Stella immediately took a liking to us and then was like hitting on us and was like, do you want to stay the night? And without us really doing anything, which just for me, I always find a little bit sus, I think. And is like super into the occult and like dragging us into all of these crazy situations. And because it's my first playthrough, I'm not entirely sure if it's like, would things be better if we didn't go versus if we did? I think probably things are worse if we don't go, is my initial like impression, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. I hate southern hospitality. It might be that. I'm just not used to it, potentially. That's a weird thing to cover up, but that's not too surprising. An old family like that usually has at least a few secrets, but hopefully that's all ancient history. It's not like it's easy to cover up deaths these days, right? You didn't call an ambulance. No, I'm not gonna ask that. That's obvious why he wouldn't have called the ambulance. I do want to find Stella. I'm not like sus of her enough that I won't try to look for her. So, what now? You're Western Australian, neither Southern nor American. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, as an Australian person, it's like, why are you being so nice? What's going on? Like, so immediately nice to a complete stranger. It's like, what are you doing? What is this? In your first playthrough, you romanced her. Yeah, I think obviously the level of interaction with characters will like massively change what you think of them. Like, I have barely interacted with Avery at all. And there were so many choices to do that instead of other things, and I just didn't end up picking them. So, like, I feel like some people would have interacted with Avery a lot more and would have much more constructed and developed opinions of it. Oh my god, Mim! Hold on, I have to pause. Mim, you've claimed the right to a game. That's huge. Would you like to declare it now, or would you like to have a think about it and declare it at another time? This is crazy. Saving up Patapon. I will add Patapon to the voting thing. It takes a little bit of time, so I might do it during either the next break or at the end of stream. But I will add Patapon. I don't even know anything about Patapon. It just adds it to the voting list, so you'll have to add that 1 point yourself. Patapon 1? Are there multiple games in this series? Due to playing Hoyoverse games, you have trauma around female characters that instantly take a liking to you for no discernible reason, so you really liked Tabitha. Yeah, see, I like Tabitha and I don't understand why. I think I find her amusing. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly look up. Oh, Patapon. Oh, it's a rhythm game. And yeah, there's multiple games in the series. Okay, I will add the original Patapon during the next ad break. Welcome back, Game Changer Lord. Yeah, it is totally real liking Tabitha. I hope you enjoy your virtual cookie. Alright, I'll add it during the next ad break. Hopefully there'll be enough time for that. Cool. Let us continue with the game. That's so crazy, Mim. That's awesome that you managed to accrue enough points for that. Thanks for being here. Okay. We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The dock is on the warpath up there. People want what they can't have. Also, she's adorable. Imagine gaslighting someone while making 3 different distraught facial expressions. I don't know if that's what I find the most adorable, but yeah, sure. I don't know. The directness and bluntness just kind of... I kind of like that. Which would make it... Which makes me question, why don't I like Dr. Kelly? And I think it's just the lack of interaction, basically. I refuse to take my medicine, and she's not happy about it. But after I looked this up... Yeah, what's the berry, Reese? There was no way I was going to take anything she gave me. She's been poisoning me for years. Oh my god, she actually is? I went ahead and blocked my door, so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. Wait, so if I don't have keen eyes, I wouldn't have found it, and then Reese wouldn't have found that? Wait, what? What? But why would your mom poison you? I don't know. Unless if it's like one of those ingredients that in like certain doses it's poison, and in much lower doses it actually has mild curative factors, which sounds a little bit like crazy homeopathy to some extent, but I think there are there are drugs which have toxicity levels, right? Let's just have dinner with Dr. Kelly and calm down. Why did it change your blessed emoticon into that moderately less blessed emoji? Twitch does weird things sometimes, you know? Yeah, jeez. Like, okay, so there's things like... What's a good example? It's not the best example, but like lithium, for example, is toxic in high enough doses, but it can be therapeutic to people sometimes at lower doses. So it could be one of those situations, or she could literally be poisoning her son. God damn. But the internet says this is castor bean. It's used to make ricin, a super deadly poison that causes some of my exact symptoms. Okay, well that's not looking good for you, Dr. Kelly. And death, usually. That's looking real bad for you, Dr. Kelly. The thing I can't figure out is whether she's been trying to kill me slowly, or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I ever had an illness. I think the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. She sure found a cure for that. Most pills are poison if taken in large doses. I mean, true. This entire situation freaks out a lot of people. Very controversial. Looking forward to my opinion when I get all the info. I mean, I'm looking forward to more of the info, that's for sure. Oh, I apparently know ricin is really bad. I'm gonna be honest, don't know a lot about poisons. With your evidence, you should be able to go to the cops. Maybe not the local cops. Ricin is really bad. How are you not dead? I don't know. Maybe it's not low enough doses. Maybe it's low enough doses. Or maybe I developed a tolerance. But I think the fact that I feel more and more alive by the minute is enough proof that she was keeping me sick. I don't even need solid evidence. Gosh. With your evidence, you should be able to go to the cops. Maybe not the local cops, but a cops. A cops. Apparently people have experimented with ricin to try and kill cancer. Yeah, see, like, that's kind of like... kind of what I've been thinking. How I've been liking episode 4 before this. I mean, I like all of the episodes. Episode 4 has been pretty cool. It's been mostly pretty chill, just kind of going around town talking to different people. And, yeah, and then leading up to this part, which is the real meat and potatoes of it, I feel like. And of course, us romancing Oscar, which was a fun experience. I do have the castor bean from the pharmacy, but I'd still have to prove where I got it from. But it can apparently be used to make some muscle-specific immunotoxins. I mean, that's a fancy word for muscle poison, though, isn't it? And she used it to poison me. However, it can also be used in chemical warfare. Yeah, I feel like chemical warfare version would be shutting down all of your muscles from what you've written down. That's crazy. It's possible the cops might just think I'd snapped, and it could turn out even worse for me. Okay, that's fair. So we can't just go straight to the cops because the cops might be like, dude, you crazy, bro. You're just crazy. Okay. I don't think the doc would hesitate to have me committed if it meant she could keep her hold on me. Yeah, what are we gonna do? We need to get you out of here. Who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. There was a case years ago where some Russian spies used ricin on a guy in London. As like part of an assassination attempt? Where would we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika, and she's not answering her phone. Oh, because Kanika is sick. That's interesting. If I dragged Kanika along, she would already be here with her car. Hopefully around the corner so that it would have been spotted by Dr. Kelly. No, but Dr. Kelly potentially would have spotted the car when she went into town, so that's dangerous. Interesting. This game has too much thinking. It does. I mean, you can choose to play it and just blitz through the story, mind off. You don't have to think about the plot. You can let it wash over you if you'd prefer. They were just experimenting with a new ingredient to episode Q story. You recently watched a video about this one military tactic used in Japan where they basically forced bred rats that were diseased, bred more of them, and dumped the rats into certain areas to basically control populace. Jeebus, that's dark. Hot and PB pickings for the nerds. You think you put ricin on the tip of an umbrella and jabbed him with that? Takes a while to work, presents as a flu-like thing. Ah. Yo, Procopia! Procopia is great. Procopia is the other game I'm addicted to when I'm not playing this game. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I never even finished high school. When I get out of this house, I don't know how I can make sure I don't wind up right back down here. You can stay with me? You can stay with me if you want. Why are there two different options for you can stay with me? Oh, I suppose this is like, you can stay with me forever, you can stay with me a bit longer. You can stay with me temporarily. One step at a time. Jeez, I wonder what our place is like in Sploatsville, wherever we came from. How about... I'll just be, like, nice. You can stay with me if you want. As long as you're not allergic to cats. I live with a cat named Truck. He is terrible. Truck! That's a great name. I've never had any pets. I hope it's not too late for me to learn how to be friends with a cat. He smiles, his eyes distant as he imagines the possibility of such a life. Undoubtedly for the first time. Thanks, Jono. You have no idea how much this offer means to me. But I guess we've still got to pass some time before we can get out of here. Villagers probably think you're dead since they haven't seen. Yeah, they do tend to freak out when you suddenly appear again. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. Or you might unfortunately have a different disease where your muscles get super jittery when they're not being a little bit poisoned, which could be scary. Are you gonna go out of control, Reese? It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. I believe you owe me a Yoshino G, Deathblood. What if your mom doesn't fall asleep? You shouldn't call her my mom. As far as I'm concerned, she's forfeited that title. I don't even think I should call her doctor. She's just some woman now. Wow, Reese is like, bang. You've wronged me. You completely cut out. Can't wait for her to be in the rear view mirror for the rest of my life. I wonder if he actually believes that. It would be very hard to completely cut your emotions towards the person that quickly. Then again, maybe not. I haven't experienced this situation directly. If she doesn't fall asleep by 10, we can figure something else out. These options can be so funny if I picked really depressing options for my background. Yeah, that's true. If you, like, live in the stairwell or you live with 10 other people. These windows are supposedly shatterproof, which she always said was for burglars. Now I assume it was yet another way to keep me boxed in. Is Reese a werewolf? We haven't had a werewolf yet. Will he transform into a werewolf? New current theory, Reese is a werewolf. But we can try to break them anyway. I mean, I can't break them. I didn't pick super strong build, so... just go with the flow. Let's watch the movie. Why not? I believe you owe me a showing of Shino-Chi, Deathblood. I believe I do. Now we're just chilling watching a movie. Reese gets the movie set up and joins you on the bed. Wow, this definitely could be very heavy in the flirt category if I went down that path, eh? Let me know if it gets to be too much for you. I'm not a great judge of how other people feel. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. All right, at time, I'm gonna run into the game, and then I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'm gonna code that thing in. Break time, break time. All right, I'll be back soon. Okay, the ads are... Oh, student! Good job. Okay, I only got halfway through coding the viewpoint reward, so I'll have to do the rest of it during either the next ad break or after the stream. So don't use it yet. It is not functional. Don't touch the Patapon button yet, if it's visible. Okay, let me go back to the game. Alright. Welcome back, Albie. Just in time for us to watch a movie with Reese, your favorite. You were wondering why the ad didn't end, you paused it instead of muting it. I hate it when that happens. Alright. Let me know if it gets to be too much for you. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. You had enough to put chicken in the air fryer. Nice. Oh wait, hold on. I have to rearrange my things so that I can actually see when the ads are coming again. Sorry, let's just take a second. He's trying to be thoughtful. Well, he's being thoughtful, actually. Alright, can we all... I think we can see everything. Yeah, okay, we should be good. This is a slow burn of a movie, but the dread it's managing to build is palpable in the room. Or maybe that's just how it feels down here all the time. What with the grisly paintings, lack of lighting, cinder block walls, and, of course, the fact that the woman currently lurking upstairs had been poisoning her son since his teens. I've seen a couple of this director's other films, and they're all interesting, though this is probably the best introduction to his work. The way it jump cuts to seemingly unrelated TV show recordings and then wind up tying back into the narrative adds a level of realism and depth to the world that I find really engrossing. It's found footage used to its fullest. This movie is scary, or it could be just Reese. It could be just the environment, yeah. I can't believe I'll be able to just do things from here on out. Like, watch movies with another person. Reese, you are triggering way too many flags, death flags right now. Can you just slow the roll a little bit? Because you're scaring me. Or talk to people. Ever. You can hear the difference in energy now that Reese hasn't had his daily dose of poison. You feel like the lighting's not that bad? The fairy lights look pretty chunky? Yeah, I guess. It looks worse with my death vision around it, to be fair. He is 1 day from retirement. It is coming across like that. He's uncharacteristically chatty, clearly not used to talking to another person, let alone when he has the energy to carry on a long conversation. Something is changing inside of him. I don't like that Mystical is picking up stuff. Reese, you feel different, like your whole personality is changing. Is everything okay? Everything is more than okay. I haven't felt this good and I don't think I've ever felt this good. A man on the screen yells portents of doom into the camera, trailing off into a wordless scream. The plot is really heating up. Oh, is the movie going to mirror what's happening here? This is why Dr. Kelly did it. He had so many death flags, you didn't have a choice. I love that there are all these different sort of vignettes, little pockets of horror that affect a small number of people. And only once you start to see how they fit together, you realize some fundamental horror about the universe. This feels like very meta commentary about the town, or how these little vignettes in little pockets of the town that we will eventually find fit together. This cancer is great into. I was saying, yeah, I do think his condition is magical in nature. And then it sees you back. Incredible! Cosmic horror in its truest sense. It sees us back. Reese is becoming very animated. It's probably safe to assume that he's dealing with a lot of extra adrenaline right now, what with his entire reality turning out to be a lie. But he's also talking over the movie. And we hate people that talk during movies! I don't like people that talk in movies. I like have a whole like random clip from another game where I talk about how much I don't like people talking in movies. It's more than just something that's changing in Reese. It's everything. There's a knock on the window. You're a serial movie talk overer? Oh no. Well, we can't watch a movie together. Leave me alone. Wayne. Jono, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the supposedly shatterproof window. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. I hate watching movies with people. You need to pause and talk shit every 5 minutes. You guys can watch movies together. Wayne! Okay. What do you mean? Wayne isn't gonna hurt you. I mean... I'm so unsure about Wayne. I actually do weirdly trust him, even though I probably shouldn't. Let's ask the question. Why did he call you that thing? Because he's some kind of monster, and he wants me dead. Can't you feel that? The murderous intent is practically oozing out of him. But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. Maybe some... You ever just feel like having a good stretch? What? And change of clothes and a good skin scratch and some facial reconstruction? It's sounding like I trust everyone except for Best Girl. Yeah, I mean, most of the time I do actually trust her. I think it's just because, like, she's run off and I haven't seen her recently. I think I've got really bad recency bias where I just trust anyone that's in front of me, which is really bad. You mean it doesn't trust Gretchen? Sybil, yeah. I mean, Sybil, I'm not sure about. Sybil is in the I'm not sure category along with Reese now, actually. And Wayne. I can protect both of us, Jono. Oh, he is. Is he a werewolf? Is he actually a werewolf? The window shatters. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvases. His ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Grab my hand. I'll pull you out. Leave us alone! Oh my god, Reese! In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off, and Wayne along with it. Are you an evil demon boy or a good demon boy? Demon Twink is going sicko mode. Demon Twink. With Sybil, I had no choice but to drink the tea. I had no choice. I tried to not drink the tea, and I couldn't not drink the tea. I literally, like, tried not to, and she wouldn't let me not drink it. The game wouldn't let me, so... You know. I tried to resist. Did I drink tea with Avery in Chapter 2? Also, hi, Maiden Mocha. I think I did. Yes. I think I did drink tea with Avery in Chapter 2. What do you mean I had no choice? Did she force you into drinking it? Yeah, she did. The game forced me into drinking it. I didn't have an option to decline it. And I was like, asked her why I didn't have an option to decline it. And she's like, what are you talking about? What's wrong with you? Yeah, guys, yeah, also be careful about, like, did you do this? Did you do that? If it, like, relates to directly what I'm doing. Because now I'm like, I knew I was meant to be sus on Avery. I knew there was a reason I didn't talk to Avery. Anyway, Okay, where are we going? Run for the stairs, stay where I am. How much of your personality are you missing now, bro? I think I'm gonna trust Wayne. Run for the stairs. You've seen enough to know you need to leave. You run up the stairs. The door is blocked by a chair. And then it's blocked by something else too. Oh god. Oh god. I don't have physical strength. I'm gonna try anyway. Mystic and Keen Eye, yeah. Try and tear through them. You toss the chair out of the way and you do your best to tear through the painting coverings of the door. It reforms and regenerates too quickly for you to claw your way through. Defeated, you turn back to the basement. The remainder of Reese's paintings await their artist's command. Oh my god.
It's okay. Stay right there. I can take care of this. Then she won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. I'll be right back.
He's gonna kill his mum? Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. Well, we can call Tabitha. I can try and warn Dr. Kelly. You're not sure who to help. Best to follow Reese and see how things play out. Tabby! You dial your cousin's number. Hey, where are you? Oh god. Reese transformed into a... Tabby, come help me! Cousin? Reese is gonna kill his mum, also he's a werewolf or a vampire or something. I feel like this is the most succinct version of events. Can you come pick me up? This is the most nonchalant version of events. Clinic, emergency, scary. I'm glad this isn't time limited, so I can actually read all of them. Reese transformed into a monster and is on some kind of rampage. Can you come pick me up? What? Don't move a muscle. I'm coming to get you. Yay, Tabby. Your cousin hangs up the phone. What do you know? What do you know about Reese's some really funny dialogue? Hold my hand, Tabby. Yeah, I don't know why that's my default of calling Tabby whenever something goes wrong. I'm just all in the Tabby train right now. I'm not sure who to help. Best to follow Reese and see how things play out. Try to warn Dr. Kelly. Try and leave. I'm not sure who to help, I guess. But then I feel like Dr. Kelly's just dead. Man, this is tough. I'm gonna watch, I guess. Tabaroni the Tapster. That's okay, Libialo. I didn't see it until too late. You make your way to the door, but you're also careful. You make your way to the door that beckoned you. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday. Oh, Neon Cybernetics! Hey, welcome to the stream. You've caught us at a really crazy moment. Oh my god. There's some crazy ass stuff happening. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday, all intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there is a monster preparing to do something unthinkable. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck! Duck. You do as she says, ducking out of the way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system.
You're going to have to try harder than that, No. How did you?
Oh, Wayne is at the top of the stairs.
As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh.
Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between the cracks in the wood. Reese's panic, pulling in a mob of furious creatures to hold his enemy in place. Oh, hi, Wayne. Yeah. The artist darts away, but his creations continue their work in his absence. Good job, Albie. You figured it out. I hope you enjoy your virtual cookie. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway as Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. Oh no. Well, Dr. Kelly's escaped. But Wayne? Run after Dr. Kelly, run to a nearby room. I feel like Dr. Kelly knows what's up. That's probably safer. You run forward, braving the onslaught of Reese's creations, dodging them as best as you can as you try to see where Dr. Kelly went. The door in front of you is smothered in paint. Hey! Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. Oh no, has she trapped us? You! Jono! I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. Am I gonna die again? I'm sure Wayne can handle this. What the hell is your son, ma'am? Oh, no worries, Neon. Hope you have a good drink. What do I mean? She seems totally clueless. Like, oh, clued on. I think, did I say clueless by accident? As in, like, I feel like she knows what's up. So I think she knows what's going on. So I was like, maybe she knows the safe way out of the house. She knows the way to the safe room and then potentially forcing me to do something that puts myself in danger. You survived. Oh, that's not the right voice. You survived. What is going on? I think you can probably put that together. I need you to get to the medicinal storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. She's making us do the dirty work. Head to the medical storage room. Why did I say medical storage room? You turn back around and head to the medical storage room. I'm here. Great. What? That's not the right voice for her either. Great. Now listen to me. I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore.
An intercom system, huh, Doc? Good. You should hear this. Jono, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not gonna hurt anybody else. Just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right?
She used the highest quality bear tranks and this is how he repays her. Oh, she's totally clueless and not prepared, yeah. Totally.
And shove me back in that basement, or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now, better than I've ever felt in my life. I'm not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me.
Oh god. I'm not a... Wayne, help me! I feel like I shouldn't get in the middle of this. That's such a funny response to this situation. Can't you two just get along? The jaw do be unhinged. Okay. I'm not going to let you kill someone, Reese.
Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care?
Trust me, Reese. I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you.
Tell yourself whatever lies you have to, Mom. If you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance. And you decided to convince me I was dying instead of just letting me exist.
Oh, Wayne. Hey, Wayne.
Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face.
Just a typical mother-son spat. Yeah, who hasn't had that argument with their mother where they're like, can you stop poisoning me and shooting me with tranquilizers because you think it's better for me?
Enough.
Backhand slap! Reese cries out in pain.
Ah, what the hell did you do to my shoulder?
You see for the briefest instant something come out of Wayne's sleeve. It's like a white, branchy thing? Just a flash of pale yellow, then it's gone, slithering back into Wayne's clothes. I wonder if Wayne can, like, pull out, nerves or veins from his arm, like Spider-Man kind of style. Like, pull out, like, whips of nerves and just be like, whoosh! Because that's pretty cool. Cool superpower, Wayne.
I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then.
The two stagger off down the hallway. It's not a phase, Mum. I am a demon from the darkest pits of hell. Yeah. So relatable spending all that money on an intercom system, totally. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. I'll grab the tranquilizers. You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. Head for the safe room. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint, sealing it shut. Hurry! I don't think I can keep it open for long. Clinically organized, yeah. You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears manages to slip past her. Squish! She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. It sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before he gets here. Sure. What is this room? Old X-ray room. Lead walls. After I realized this whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote-controlled locks. Glad it could finally come in handy. Turn Kelly. The woman she is, yeah? I'm learning more about her. This is interesting. Let's talk, Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead. I have nothing left to hide. When did you find out? A little after he hit puberty. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. I figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder. Had him checked out at a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed, right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now, just a couple inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared. He could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew for sure that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. Yep. No, that budget wouldn't break the bank. How did he not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now. There's only so much I can do to control him. Was his dad similar? Did you have sex with an elfish demon? Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. Did you? I wish I knew. Sorry, what? Are you a Scarlet that's also been immaculately conceived? What is happening? Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone. I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. She's actually claiming immaculate conception. Okay. What? What? I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Sugarcoat all I want, I just asked a medical professional if she doesn't want to. Well... People have thoughts sometimes, and I know based on what exists on the internet, a lot of people have thoughts like that sometimes. They really kind of rolled over the implied potential assault here. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I suppose that was a possibility if I was asking that question. Anyway. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. Oh yeah, unless if it's like she was having dreams where things happened in her sleep against her will, which is that would be really disturbing if you're thinking about it that way. Not too immaculate, yeah. Having a baby with your romantic sleep paralysis demon, that's terrifying. There's like, she enjoyed them, so it's fine. Is it? But then all of a sudden my period stopped. I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of werewolf. That's what I thought too, hey! Same brain. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him. And you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. Deadbeat dad paralysis demon. Sexy sleep paralysis demon, just too alluring, eh? Yeah, well. I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him or how his body does it. But he seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. How do you know he's dangerous? I actually really want to know that. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number 1. But did he always want to murder you? Or is that after you started poisoning him? It's not like he's usually a violent kid. He's mostly just sad. But every now and then we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Well, he wants to hit me, John. Yeah. Way less terrifying for a guy since you can't prove that it ever happened. Unless it gets really weird, then it's way more horrifying. Yeah. Less terrifying if it happens and it's not unpleasant. But if it happens and it feels unpleasant at the time, it could still be quite scary. But yeah, I guess you can be like, oh, it's not true, it's not real. I guess, yeah, that is probably less scary. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot tall monster with a million teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a major metropolitan area. Oh, this is an interesting storyline. This is, yeah, I'm seeing the allegory, or the, like, potential symbolism to things that happen in real life. Yeah, he's dangerous. Ah. Wow. I can see why people might have different viewpoints on this. I can fix him! Don't you think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy? And that's a little bit. Why not just kill him? Don't you think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy? Is it valid to poison your child to keep them physically safe to others and themselves? I think I'll go through that after I finish the rest of this dialogue, because I want to see the rest of where this conversation goes, and then sort of like think about it in my mind compared to real life a bit. Yeah, I'll talk about it in a bit. If I forget to, then just remind me and I'll go through it again. Oh, don't preach to me. Is he a sweet kid most of the time? Absolutely. And Ted Bundy was sweet to the people he picked up off the side of the road. Didn't mean he didn't go ahead and slaughter them anyway. I know what my son is capable of, so it's my job to make sure he doesn't hurt anybody. I feel like I already know the answer to why did you stop poisoning him, but I'll ask it anyway. Why did you start poisoning him? Dr. Kelly sighs. She feels like she's told you this already before. Can we stop calling it poison? Yes, it's poison, but the act of me giving him poison was not me poisoning him. I was medicating his illness. It started when he was around 15. I'd been giving him increasingly high doses of Klonopin, but his body kept adapting and his symptoms would come back, especially if we ever fought. I couldn't keep ordering all those drugs. It was already suspicious and I could risk losing my license, especially if anyone ever found out what I was using them for. Someone approached me with a solution. I took it. Was it a witch? And I've been dealing with the emotional and mental consequences of that decision ever since. Who approached you and what did they say? Dr. Kelly gives you a long, hard look. I don't want to talk about that woman. But screw it, I might die tonight, sure, I'll tell you. It was... And that's all I have to say about that. Excuse me? Excuse me? Magic brain block? Magic brain block curse? I can't hear about it? I'm cursed to not hear about it? Okay. Okay, then. What is it? What is this? There's a series where this happens in... that this is reminding me of, and I can't remember what it is. It's like... you can never understand the answer to this thing, or you can never understand a certain piece of information, because whenever you hear it, it's just incomprehensible. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Nice talk, Dr. Kelly, yeah. Totally natural brain static. Definitely nothing dodgy going on there. Alright, I might as well do the last exploration thing. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid when I found out... he was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready. But he made me love being a mom. It's not like I was going to be sunshine and roses forever. No matter what, kids grow up and they change. Sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom, too. Doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. Well, okay. While we're at it, any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all this shit out loud. The relationship between you seems difficult. Yeah, I have. If it's still available, I will pick it. SCP-055. I don't think so. Maybe? I don't think that doesn't sound familiar to me. Self-keeping secret. Self-keeping secret sounds familiar, and I can't remember what that's a reference to. Welcome to the Anti-Memetics Division. No, this is not your first day. That sounds familiar, but I don't know. Is that... Anyway. You really love Dr. Kelly. She's really well written. And this is so hard to deal with. Love how she takes responsibility. Yeah. Yeah. I understand I understand why you like the character now. Definitely. Okay. I'll talk more about it in a bit. What's the game plan? Both short and long term? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Then we all live happily ever after. Wow. I see no flaws with this plan. Oh, this is tough. Oh, this is so tough. I mean, finding another way is definitely a better solution, but I don't know if it's realistic. That's the tricky part. This plan seems valid. Yeah, after all that, also she thinks she's hot. She's looking pretty cash. We all live happily ever after. Has that worked before? He's never known the exact nature of his condition before. Maybe it was a mistake to hide it from him. Yeah, probably. But I thought it meant he could feel like he had more freedom, not knowing that if he just stopped taking his pills, he could become big and pointy enough to kill me. I thought it meant he could feel like he had more freedom, not knowing. It would give him more freedom because he doesn't know? That's not quite right. That's taking away a choice. That's less freedom, isn't it? I'm going to have to revoke some of those freedoms now. He's not going to like that, but I think he'll understand, even if it takes time. Reese knowing too early what he was. You're not able to form a solid opinion on either, Kelly. Kids can't keep secrets. If you told him early, he would have said something and he could have been taken away. It's possible. Could have meant he'd show it off to friends and stuff. Separate. I mean, yes. Yeah, kind of, potentially. I don't know. Kids are pretty... It depends. I think some kids are definitely capable of keeping secrets. It depends. I think it's a kid by kid basis, interestingly enough, or potentially an age, like different ages for different kids kind of basis as well. Given that Reese maybe is prone to fits of anger more than other kids, maybe Reese would have had trouble processing it, but it's not clear. Would you make that risk? It's hard to know, isn't it? I think there's a middle ground in theory when ask me again afterwards, because I want to get through the rest of the dialogue actually. But yeah, I do have an answer to that question. I'm gonna get through the rest of the dialogue. This is a very like rich storyline, so I want to experience the rest of it first. I think I'm going to revoke some of those freedoms now. He's not going to like that, but I think he'll understand, even if it takes time. I don't think he wants to hurt people. He just can't help what he is. You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence and wait for her son to make his way to you. The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Get those tranks ready. We have to get this door open before he crosses the hallway. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's crazy jaw. Damn, Reese. Were you always this tall?
Is this what you were so afraid of?
Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. I'm pretty sure I'm going to give her the darts. Hi, Reese. Reese and his Pokemon, yeah. The main middle ground is telling him that Joan having to remove herself entirely from society and living... No, he and Joan says that they will get to low transforming. Yeah. I mean, I meant that mostly, like, as a little bit of a joke. I was like, oh, Reese, you're so tall now. Okay. Mim, save your messages and repost them later. I'll get around to them. Oh, Tabby. Oh. Oh my god, I did that. Oh god. Oh my god. Before Dr. Kelly can fire, a different shot rings out. Reese's body is thrown to the wall, shotgun in hand. Your cousin rounds the corner and trains her weapon on his writhing body. Tabitha, what are you doing here? Stop it. Let me sedate him. We can deal with this non-lethally.
Are you insane? That thing was trying to kill you.
Oh my god. I think sedate Reese. Oh, it's so tricky though, because once he's... Maybe they can have a conversation after he's sedated. Maybe? Yes, I did that, yeah. You leap forward, placing your body between Tabitha and the whimpering Reese, his face already trying to stitch itself back together as he writhes on the ground.
Jono, what the hell do you think you're doing?
I mean, wait, I'm sure we can all talk this out. It sounds insane right now. But also, that's the option that I'm going to pick. The first one's not too bad. Don't kill him. He's still a person.
Person my ass. Did you see his face?
Both of you, shut up and help me drag him into the safe room now. You turn to see Dr. Kelly already pulling her son toward the open doorway. Tabby's facial expressions, yeah. Tabitha swings the gun onto her back, huffily jumping in to help Dr. Kelly. At least she listens. Tabitha listened to us. She's like, I don't like this decision, but I'll go along with you. She's just doing her best. It's not long before his regenerating body is sealed away behind the door. Keeping the status quo, lock him away. Not exactly how I thought that would play out. But at least none of us are dead. If you've done any permanent damage to him, you're gonna be the one paying for the medical supplies, Miss Scarlet.
You aren't seriously going to keep that thing alive, are you? It's clearly dangerous. What makes you think you can keep it locked up?
It is my son, Miss Scarlet. And despite appearances, he is still human. I prefer you to refer to him as such. And I've managed to keep him safely locked away and harmless for years. Sure, it'll be a little more difficult now that he knows about his condition, but that room is lined with lead. He's not going anywhere. Oh. Oh my god, Dr. Kelly.
He's human? Are you sure about that? Are we talking about the same guy?
Tabitha's just a standard generic, like, shrug, like, looking up expression. Like it's any run of the day Run-of-the-mill occurrences at the mine. Day-to-day occurrences at the mine. Run-of-the-mill stuff. Trust me, I've done genetic tests. He is human, somehow. And it's my job as his mother to protect him. And to protect people from him. It's not a burden I take lightly. You don't have to worry about him getting out anytime soon. Get off my cousin's back. I kind of do want to back Tabitha up a little bit after what she did. Dr. Kelly bought us time. I'm sure we can figure out what to do about him later. Reese is a good guy. He's just misunderstood. What about when you die, Doc? What happens then? Oh my gosh. This is tough. He's a monster, but even monsters deserve a chance at life. Dr. Kelly bought us time. I'm sure we can figure out what to do about him later. There is no we. He is my son. He's my problem. I'd prefer it if both of you forgot what you saw tonight and went on about your own business. If I recall from 2 minutes ago, you would have been chomped in half if I hadn't stepped in. I don't think you're capable of dealing with this rationally, Joan. Are you just going to hope somebody steps in next time too? One of these days your luck is going to run out. Get out of my house. I don't need some kid to stand here lecturing me all night. I have a lot of cleaning up to do. I don't need some kid to stand here. Anyway. You and your cousin leave the clinic, Dr. Kelly slamming the shotgun blasted door behind you. The two of you make your way to the bottom of the hill where Tabitha's car is parked among the sleepy houses of Scarlet Hollow's residential street. She places her gun in the trunk and turns to face you. Yeah. Oh, Susie, hi, sorry, I didn't see you come in. I was so into the game. Hey, how you going? It just, I don't know how much you saw, but there's just been a crazy turn of events. You're alone right now. Is Stella still missing? I tried calling her a couple of times, but I kept getting her stupid voicemail. Tabitha's trying to help as well. Yeah. The two of you are interrupted by the jingling of dog taps. Gretchen! Gretchen appears at the edge of the road, running as fast as her geriatric pug legs can carry her. Gretchen seems distressed. She whines as she stares up at you from the ground, eyes desperate, anxiously jumping back and forth, and darting away when you try to lean down to her. Are we doing episodes 4 and 5? I think we might only have time for episode 4 and a discussion, and then episode 5 will probably be the next stream. I don't know if it's next Monday or next Tuesday, Australian time, which would be like Sunday into Monday, or Monday into Tuesday for people on other parts of the world. Gretchen, but where's Stella? Gretchen, but where's Stella? Good doggy, pat her on the head. I do want to pat her on the head. What's that, girl? Stella's stuck in the well? I've done enough stuff today. Run after Gretchen. Oh, poor Stella. Poor Gretchen as well, sorry. I guess I'll run after Gretchen. Can I pat the dog, though? I don't know if... I'll just say let's follow her. Let's follow her. You and Tabitha follow Gretchen into the woods. God, I hope she's not leading us to a body. I hope so as well. Because that would probably be Stella's body. Oh, she's just sitting there. Gretchen nervously runs ahead of you and Tabitha, looking back to make sure you're still there as she leads you into the dark woods. Hey! Okay. Before long, the trees thin, and you find yourself on a steep hill by a 2-lane road lined on one side by sheer rock. There, sitting on a log, staring mournfully at the asphalt, is Stella. You watch her from the underbrush. Great, she's alive. Let's go. You should go talk to her, Tabitha. She'd probably be glad to see you. I'm going to talk to her. Let's go talk to her. Let's both go together. Let's go talk to her. You can go talk to her. It'd be weird if I went with you. We're not even friends. You used to be friends, though. I wouldn't know what to say. But if you're not comfortable going up there with me, then you should talk to her by yourself. You two need to talk. I like that. If you're not comfortable going up there with me, then you should talk to her by yourself. You two need to talk. Fine. Tabitha takes a step forward, gravel crunching beneath her boots as she walks along the side of the road towards Stella. Stella looks up. A tired smile spreads across her face at the sight of your cousin standing awkwardly at the slight slope at the roadside. They talk, their voices quiet in the still night air. I never forgot about you. Mend a broken relationship. That's cute. After a while, they both stand and walk off into the forest together, Gretchen tucked under Stella's arms. It's time for you to go home. Come along now. It's quite a hike back to the estate. Hey, Wayne. My first time really seeing you up close. You've got a square jaw behind that white cloth you wear on your head, don't you? He appears as if out of nowhere, clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize is paint. Evidence of his altercation with Reese. They will have lots to talk about. I'm sure they would. Oh, hi, Canapow. Also, hi. Oh my gosh, the ads are starting real soon. That's annoying. I think I can snooze them. Hold on. Snooze. Snoozed, yes. Okay, done. That should delay it a little bit. I'll walk with you. Run away! No. Sure, let's hang out. Why not? Thank God you're okay. No way, dude. I'm walking home by myself. Actually, I was a little bit worried. Thank God you're okay. I was worried Reese might have gotten you. Wayne emits a strange kind of coughing sound. You realize he's laughing. Shall we? That's kind of cute. Wayne walks just ahead of you in near complete silence. Kiss me with your weird pale nerves, you big beautiful boy. Sorry, I just saw that one. Did you know Reese was like that? Yeah, Wayne, how much do you know, bro? I thought you wanted me to stay at the estate. Why are you following me around? Thanks for looking out for me. Flirt. Flirt with Wayne. It doesn't even explain how you flirt. It just says flirt with Wayne. I'm gonna go questions first. Did you know Reese was like that? I knew he was different. How exactly, I wasn't sure. But now I know. Yeah. Thanks for looking out for me tonight. Anytime you find yourself in danger, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. But why? But why? What? Who am I to you? Are you my dad? Are you my dad, Wayne? That would make flirting a terrible option. I found my family death records. Sounds like the perfect time to flirt. I did flirt with a daddy, but I wouldn't flirt with my dad. Absolutely no incest. Okay, so he's not my dad. That's good to know. Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha? Because you're special. But why? But why? Why am I so special? You simply are. You do not feel the ties that bind us. They are unbreakable. can you use more words, please? Wayne? I feel like you know more, Wayne. Oh my god. I found my family's death records today. Things aren't adding up. When there's no incest is a spoiler, yeah. That's crazy. And also, yeah, as far as we know so far, I assume the creators at some point were like, there's no incest allowed. Anyway, back to serious stuff. I found my family's death records today. Things aren't adding up. Good, you're starting to see the holes, then. Look for more. You don't need to keep coming up with new topics of conversation to fill the silence. You're tired. It's been a long night. You should rest. But I want to know more, Wayne. Wayne remains silent for the rest of the journey back to the estate. Wayne's like, that's enough knowledge for today. No more knowledge today. Shush now. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, if you keep following me around, of course we'll see each other again. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you. And you might be surprised at what you find. Until then, sleep well. He disappears into the underbrush. Oh, we get to explore the manor tomorrow. There's a rule in the official Black Tabby Discord server that's like, we know you'll love Tabitha, we love her too, but please don't post art shipping the main character with her. Oh, that's good. Good boundary set by the creators. The estate is empty, wind howling through its abandoned halls, the very foundations creaking beneath you. Go to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You think for a moment about calling Oscar, but you're just too tired to even bother. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. Yeah, we're supposed to have a date tomorrow morning. How can I look around the house when I'm going on a date? Just imagine Tony pinching the bridge of his nose like, guys, can we stop the incest, please? GG, well done. As you drift off, you think of Reese, trapped in that tiny windowless room, all his greatest fears realized, his body no longer his own. But you stopped him from killing Dr. Kelly. The world, at least for now, is protected from him. And then you think of nothing. This is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 finally awaits. Fish Wishmaker. Oh my gosh. The things pop up so quickly, I can't even see them. If you'd like to continue with this world state, please save your game now. Save. If you'd like to continue. We understand if you, the player, love Tabitha Scarlet. We do too. However, due to a familiar connection with the main character Scarlet Hollow, we kindly request that you refrain from posting about wanting her to be a romantic option in the game, or sharing fan content depicting a romantic situation with the main character. Thank you for your understanding, yeah. At least the girls in the mines can keep the other one company. Play Slay the Princess. I've done that. Join the subreddit. I haven't joined the subreddit. Tricked me into, like, well, I say tricked, but I joined the Discord earlier. Okay, unfortunately, oh, wait, can I snooze the ads again? I don't think I can. No, unfortunately, I think, wait, can I? No, I can't. Unfortunately, it's going to run to ads. I'm going to just be talking afterwards. If that's all you have time for, thanks. Otherwise, I'll probably be here for at least another 20 minutes. I'll see you soon. Short break. Bye! Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is a wild guess. I don't know if it was a blind guess, but that is wild. It's close to landscape, forest, art, and mountain. What? What is this word? Flora? Bucolic. Ooh, interesting. Landscape. What about like Earth? Oh, Earth is closer, guys. Earth is the closest so far. Oh, nature! Good job, Albie. You didn't get how this works, Megan of Gaming? Also, hello. Basically, it comes up with a random word, and you can put in a word as an answer, and the closer it is to that word, the smaller the number, yeah. So all of these ones, like 17 is closer in topic to nature than, say, bird. And, you know, sometimes it's quite arbitrary, like why is Earth closer to nature than bird is closer to nature, but it's just how the computer processes it. So, yeah. Do we want to do one more round of Contexto, or do we want to just hop into talking about the episode that I just did? What do we feel like? Fewer guesses and less time to guess the word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no starter clues. It's all about the guesses. Okay, talkie. Let's do some talkie. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. I just need to close my door. Give me a second. Do I have a Discord server? I do not currently have a functioning Discord server. I have not gotten around to thinking about how I would set it up, or how I would moderate it or run it, or what my rules and stuff are. So for now, the answer is no. Recently got into 4 connections, which has been interesting as well. If anyone wants a crazy connection game, you can watch episodes of Only Connect, a series that runs in the UK, which is bonkers. Yeah, Gotta Connect 4 Words by genre topic from a 4x4 word grid. 4 connections. That's on the New York Times crossword puzzle, I think. They play that in the game show Only Connect, which airs on the BBC. I think it's on the BBC. And it is bonkers. I have watched episodes of that, and like the amount of brain power you need to be good at that game is crazy. Anyway, that's a random ass tangent for today. All right, episode 4, the whole situation with Reese. Damn, complicated. So basically, like what's coming across is that as Reese got older into his teenage years, kind of got a bit out of control, and like to the extent where gets very aggressive, potentially violent, to the level where his mother, who was a doctor, was concerned that he was at risk of harming other people. And what's really interesting in the situation is that his mother is a doctor. So his mother has essentially taken on the responsibility as part of her job and her life to be responsible for the health and well-being of others. Oh yeah, sorry, and then you've got your stuff as well, Mim. I'll come back and redress that after I get some initial stuff out. So yeah, I think it's really interesting how, like, from like Dr. Kelly's perspective, she has to grapple with the idea of like she technically has a responsibility to the public and the people around her from, like, I think everyone has some responsibility to others around them generally in a functioning society, but as a doctor especially, she has extra responsibility to try and make sure the health and well-being of others is also maintained. I also spent a good chunk of the day looking for Stella and then send Tabaruni to be the one to talk to her. I did do that. I will get to that decision in a bit as well. But yeah, remind me if I don't talk about it. So yeah, she's in a really, really tough situation. And then obviously it's tricky because this is like a fictional illness essentially, or like affliction, like magical affliction that Reese has. So it's not entirely clear like what would be the real world analogy of it? Is the real world analogy of like someone that has schizophrenia, or is it someone that's a sociopath and has anger control issues? Is it actually like a Ted Bundy situation where if Reese had complete free will, they would be at risk of murdering other people? And that's a really like unknowable question to answer, because I don't think anyone knows that information, not out of world or in world. Yeah, psychopath with a history on acting on it, possibly. So it's hard to know. Like the whole thing of, is it the responsible thing for a parent to do to essentially chemically castrate or to like neuter their son? I mean, it sounds like a really horrific thing to do. In Dr. Kelly's mind, that was the only way to keep her son and the world safe. Now, the bit where I'm like, how much degree of nuance like exists in this situation? The thing that I wonder is there a world where he is like partly poisoned / medicated and in a state to be able to understand the complexities of his own situation and to tell him? I suppose Dr. Kelly is worried that once he knows, then he'll decide to stop taking the medicine and then transform, and then all hell breaks loose, and then there's nothing that can be done. But I suppose the question is, should you at least give your child or another human being the chance to actually make that decision or have a think about it themselves? If they're making that decision while they are poisoned or under medication, is that truly their decision? And they're really complicated questions that I don't think have solid answers. Thing is, he's physically alien. Even if he's like fine and not attacking, he's still unable to function in society. Yeah, I suppose the question is also, is she holding out for hope that someday she'll figure out a method that doesn't like neuter him to the extent that it does? Like, will there potentially be some cure that's found or some other treatment or poison that she can give him that will allow him to function in society without the risk to others and risk to himself? So it's like quite complicated. Like, there's just a lot of situations that of like what ifs, we don't know kind of things. So I like, yeah, it's a hard situation for all of them, really. That was her original goal. So I don't think I'd necessarily, I mean, it's a bit of a like a fence-sittery kind of non-response, but I don't have an overwhelmingly negative view on the way that either character reacted in the situation. I think it's just a difficult circumstance no matter how you try and deal with it. The situation from Reese's point of view is also terrifying. Your mum convinces you have a disease. Yeah, and then you discover that your anger is considered dangerous. Exactly, yeah, totally. It's like, from Reese's point of view, it's like your mother has been drugging you intentionally to stop you from expressing yourself or being the person that you want to be, and being like controlling your entire life. Parents very rarely outlive their children. When she dies, then what? If he's in a room, then he's left to dehydration painfully. Well, when she dies, then he's probably not taking the poison, and he probably would then transform into a demon, and it's more of a risk to others than, I think. I suppose he's in a lead room, so he can't escape. That's a bit terrifying. I assume that she would come up with a contingency plan if that were to happen at that stage. But if she died suddenly, obviously she can't do that, and so who knows? He does still have access to his phone, so there is, in theory, a situation where he would be able to call somebody. Yeah, now he's locked up. He has no choice anymore. Well, I don't know. I haven't gotten to the next chapter yet. And none of us have gotten to chapter 6 and 7, so who knows what happens, right? But yeah. Yeah, that's a tough thing. It's a horrible situation. You understand why Joan did what she did, and you feel you might have done the same in her position. Yeah, it's really hard. I have no idea what I'd do in that position. I think part of me would, like, kind of hope there's a way that I could communicate the situation to my kid, and then they would hopefully understand and hopefully try and figure out a way of it. But I also know that that is very optimistic. So yeah, it's hard because you want someone to have free will and agency, and you also want people to be safe. Plot twist: Tony or Abby pop into the chat and start dropping chapter 6 spoilers about Reese. It's like, well, you think we don't know, but actually we do know. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions. And I think, yeah, because you can't know everything, and much like in real life you can't know anything, it's really hard to know what the right situation is. Any new theories? What's up with Wayne? Why did Tabby invite you to the funeral? Well, I was considering that maybe he was actually our dad for a bit, but then you said no incest, so he's probably not our dad. So weirdly enough, that was a spoiler. It's the most random spoiler I've received. No incest in this game. What else could Wayne be if he's not our papa? There's a special connection between myself and Wayne. Okay, there's this recurring theme in like a lot of the stories where there's this witch involved in everything, and I feel like she maybe was involved in this situation as well, and it's not clear why or how. Like, it is very much it very much feels like the movie we watched was a meta-narrative commentary about the game. It's like there's all of these like little pockets of things happening which seem disconnected, but then in the end it'll all be revealed, kind of thing. You also thought Wayne was family at one point and got the no incest answer. Also, chapter 1, Sybil knows Wayne. Yeah. Sybil knows a lot. Sybil knows a lot of weird mystical shit that is happening in this town, and it's all very suspicious, and she's also like obscuring bits and pieces from us. But then also, I don't know if she's inherently evil, so it's hard. I mean, it's very easy to go like, oh, someone's hiding something from us, they must be evil, but they might have other reasons for doing so. Even if they're not correct about their reasons, they might have reasons which are not actually morally bad. So, tricky. Why does Sybil know Wayne? I think it's just because she's connected to all the mystical stuff that's going on, and Wayne is mystical. And he's been around a lot more recently since the death of Pearl Ann. I still don't know why Pearl Ann is dead. Natural causes? Yes or no? Unclear. Involved in weird curse stuff? Unclear. This game is half the cast knowing much more than they tell you. It's fun. Yeah, it's the right balance of both being infuriating and fun at the same time. Doesn't everyone always think they're doing the right thing? Her medical reason is sleep apnea. Yeah, but like, that's like, she died, her breathing stopped in her sleep. That could be like, there's a lot of like magical versions of that could be occurring potentially. Oh wait, I've saved, hold on. Let me make sure I've saved this properly. Why is my Windows not working? Sorry, give me a second. There we go. Return. Oh no, I don't want to see. Maybe I just go to the... Just leave it there. Autosaves are useful if you forgot. Oh yeah, cool. Why do I think Tabby invited me? It's so interesting that you ask me that question every time, because it's not something that I would normally ask. But I don't have any new reasons to believe. I don't have any new information, so my theory for that is still the same. Like, I'm just like, is it part of the will that was left behind? Is it like a ritual that needs to be done, and like you need to have another Scarlet person to sacrifice for it? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I won't start the recap now. I'll start it next time. When it comes to the witch who was mentioned during the haunting, before Charlie talked to her, Enoch talked to her about Teddy and his condition, and then someone gave Joan poison for the demon child. And I can't hear opinions. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's the witch, right? Like, that's my brain is all like, oh, the witch did all of these things. So I guess, yeah, the witch is the common thread, but it's also like, who is the witch and why is the witch? Which, you know, I don't have an answer for. Who is the witch? Who is the witch? We've gone into medieval times. That's all we'll be chanting through the streets. I'd probably have to remember the whole family tree. Is there someone potentially in the family tree that could be the witch? That would be the answer that makes the most sense to me. It's one of the descendants that didn't... It's one of the Scarlets that didn't actually die. The witch is also... So the witch is involved with, like, potentially Enoch dealing with his brother. Don't forget to add Patapon. Yeah, I'll add Patapon at the end of the... I'll add Patapon at the end of the stream, like, after I finish streaming, straight away. Don't worry, it'll definitely be there by the next stream. Why is the witch is a good question. How? Everyone asked, who is the witch, or where is the witch, but has anyone ever asked, how is the witch? How is the witch, guys? Living Scarlets, me and Tabaruni, dead Scarlets. Yes, yeah, exactly. There's just a huge list of dead Scarlets that are like, what's going on with them? Yeah. Sorry, let me see if I can scroll up chat and look at some of the other questions. Yeah, what's up with Wayne? Man. What's up with Wayne? Why am I at the funeral? New theories. New theories. This is me trying to generate theories on the spot. Okay, not Daddy. He's wearing mining gear. It would be a bit odd if he was like also just a miner in the general collapse. Oh, what if he's hold on. What if he's God, what again, terrible with names. Enoch's brother, Teddy. What if he's Teddy? What if he's old Teddy? Little old Teddy. He's Tabby's ex. Okay, can't be Teddy then. That's true, yeah. See, you see, this is why I need theory time. No incest. Yeah, no incest. Tabby dating her uncle? Great uncle wouldn't count either, yeah. Also, Tabitha's not that old, right? What is going on with that? My ex. And then I'm linked to her ex? What the heck? What's also funny with this game is that players get info at different rates. Yeah. I think that's a great thing. I love games that are like that. Like Outer Wilds. Like the fact, like, I don't know if anyone's played Outer Wilds, but I played that game earlier this year, and it's like one of my favorite games that I've played in recent memory. And that's also a game where people sometimes get information at different points depending on how they play. So I really enjoy games that do that. Tabby is a few years older than me. Don't know, I'm older than her. Yeah. So she's like mid to late 20s. Why does she have a weird dead ghost boyfriend that used to work in the mine? Was there any recent mine collapses? I guess I haven't really asked that question. It hasn't really come up. I have no idea. Zombie feels more appropriate? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Enoch's brother Teddy. Enoch's lineage to me is Enoch, Edwardine, Maribel, Vivian, me. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no recent mention of collapse that I've encountered, that's for sure. Why is someone dying in the mine? Or why is a miner dying? Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot, and currently it's just like, the witch is behind it all. The witch is selling us out. The witch is taking their dues. The witch is like, I have done a lot of tasks for the Scarlets, and now this town will pay with the blood of the innocent. Yeah, also like Joan getting impregnated in her sleep by a paralysis demon. Yeah, that's a bit terrifying. You're like, has a sex dream, wakes up pregnant. That's crazy. You've got all the achievements and clocked over 90 hours. Holy moly. That is a lot. That is impressive. Opinions on the rest of the cast. Opinions. Okay. So Stella, I like generally like, but I have weird waves where I like randomly just feel like I don't like her all of a sudden, where she just like annoys me just a little bit too much. I find a lot of her base traits quite endearing. Like I generally like the idea of a character who's like almost childlike in their pursuit of their dream and quite like dogged in a specific interest and and are very optimistic with all of their encounters and everything else and the way that they see the world. So Stella kind of comes across, holy cow, 170, damn. Stella kind of comes across as that kind of person to me at the moment. So I really quite enjoy that. And then I get like amusingly annoyed at her when she keeps leading us into danger. And then sometimes that tips over to like actually slightly annoyed at her when she's leading us into danger. So my opinion while I was playing this episode, because she'd gone missing and I hadn't seen her recently, probably came across as, and I also was like a little bit on the negative side, but I generally like her. And I was a bit sus during this episode for no reason at all, but I generally am not sus of her. That's my opinion of Stella. My opinion of Kanika is that I really like how she starts off as super logical and things, and seems like a pretty cool, down-to-earth kind of person. But I don't have... So I like her, but I don't have super strong opinions on her, one way or the other. Avery, I have barely spoken to. So I don't have an opinion on Avery at all. And there were a lot of options to encounter Avery, but I just haven't. So, they're charming. That's all. This is low-key spoilery, but I unlocked something that's so hard to do on the first run. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean... you managed to miss Avery on basically my whole first playthrough. I think that's what I'm doing. I've pretty much missed Avery. So I feel like on my next playthrough, or if I do another one, the one after that, I'm probably going to have to like hang out with Avery a bit. Met them with Stella the first time and then never. I think I went back to the diner. I met them with Stella the first time. I went back to the diner once and had tea. And then never again. I've not seen Avery since then. So yeah, I mean, they seemed like nice enough. And they also, similar to Stella, they also kind of weirded me out a bit because it's like, why are you like instantly into me as well? But it's just them being friendly. But I think for me, again, that trigger, that for me is like, this is sus. What are you what's going on here? What are you trying to do? You need to go get ready for the next day. Just Americanisms, yeah, potentially. All right, no worries. Thanks for joining me, Rek. I'm sorry Mim had to drag you into this. But I'm glad you didn't feel like bad enough and you decided to stay. Yeah. Mim drags you into all sorts of stuff. Who haven't I talked about? So yeah, Avery I'd be curious to learn more about, but probably not in this playthrough because I feel like it's too late to start. Unless if the next episode goes super heavy on Avery, which it might. Oscar. I like Oscar. Even though I've like accidentally fallen into romance with him, I wouldn't have continued down that path if I didn't like Oscar at all. No, really. One of the joy of the game is exploring different characters in different ways in different runs, yeah. No, I find like... It's so random. I was originally like kind of liking Oscar because he made the funny like kind of weird smiley meme face in the background during a lot of our conversations in episode 2. And yeah, now I'm just like, okay, all right, I will be dating Library Daddy. Why not? It's also a super satisfying game to roleplay. Yeah, I don't know if I might roleplay like a personality in the next game. I'm tempted to do an asshole run or a like always stick with Tabitha kind of run. Even though my current playthrough is actually quite heavy on sticking with Tabitha, so maybe I shouldn't do that, but yeah. I don't know. I think it'll depend on what traits I decide to play with next time, but I haven't decided on that yet. I'm still playing through the rest of this one. Yeah, I like Oscar. Oscar seems to just be a dad that's trying to do his best. He like raised a kid by himself as a single dad from quite a young age, and seems to always have her best interests at heart. So, nice guy. Seems to want to do the right thing. Volunteered to try help out with solving the weird crazy shit when he realized what a big deal it was. Yeah, I back Oscar. Yeah, it seems sweet. And then poor Reese. Reese, I mean, yeah. Reese is just like, I feel bad for Reese basically. Because, you know, he's just stuck in a really hard circumstance. He was born into difficult circumstances. So, you know, I feel for Reese. Yeah. And like, Albie, I sort of did pick up on like, yeah, he is a little bit of like a sweet puppy dog sometimes in certain situations, but yeah, I feel a bit bad for Reese. If Reese is your favorite, so you're not a good judge of character, you don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything that really attaches me strongly to Reese. And that's probably just because I haven't really hung out with him a lot. So it's like, he kind of is like funny sometimes, and he's, you know, chronically depressed because he's being poisoned. This is sort of how the encounters generally went earlier on. Yeah. The whole situation with that family is just really unfortunate. Kind of like, I feel bad for Reese in the same way that I felt bad for Charlie. So, yeah. Which is why, you know, I didn't part of the reason why I stepped into the light, and then also because I didn't want Tabitha to get sacrificed. So, yeah. What traits do I feel wishing that I had? I don't think I've clocked exactly what book smart does. So I think street smart is one that I think I wish I had a lot, because I'm like, I kind of wish I knew whether you were lying to me now or not. And talk to animals as well, just because I'm really curious of what all the animals are saying. Those are probably the two that at the moment that I find myself wishing I had for now. I think Booksmart would be kind of cool too. But I think because I'm being fed a lot of random mystic information at the moment, I haven't felt like I've been too far behind on information. I know I'm probably really far behind on other pieces of information, but because I've kind of been fed stuff from Kenai and yeah, because I've been fed like information from Mystic and Kenai, I'm not like, oh, I need another thing that will give me random information. Whereas like Talk to Animals feels like I very specifically don't know what the animals are saying, and that sounds intriguing to me. Booksmart helps me identify a lot of things and gives me options to read more books. It gives me the ability to read quickly. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's quite cool. Yeah, all of the traits do sound awesome. I think that's a really good design thing that they've done, that the creators have done. Like, they have made all of the traits seem appealing. Even the ones that, like, when you first see them just sound super memey, like powerful, build, and hot. Hot as a trait the first time you see it is like, it's like, well, I can choose to be hot, but then you read the description and you're like, oh, people will be nicer to you, etc. And you're like, oh, okay. I guess that is a useful trait. But yeah. Hot is fun. Hot makes everyone like you more. Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm like, part of my brain is like, for the next run, do I just become like hot and powerfully built and then just be an asshole to everyone? And just be like some hot buff bastard, a himbo run. I could do a himbo run where I'm like dumb. Yeah, that's also an option. Himbo run would be quite fun too. It gives you more leeway for unlocks depending on friendship. Himbo is not bad. Powerful, build, and hot is perfect for himbo runs. Yeah, it's literally like two of the key components to being a himbo. It's just, you just need to add some stupidity, which is easy. It's so easy to be dumb. Hot PB has on the input. You guys are selling this hard on me, and I'm starting to buy it. It does sound pretty fun. Yeah, I think in my mind I'm still coin flipping about, like, do I want to do a run that's more on the try learn more side, or do a run that's more on the complete memery side? And I'd probably learn a ton from the meme side anyway, but I don't know which way I want to learn. Extra float options, some are really funny. This game does have a lot of really funny options. 3 runs, then A. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely doing at least 2. I potentially will do 3. I don't know if I will space that out with another game and then come back to it. I potentially might do that, but yeah. I like this game. I really like this game. I could see myself playing quite a fair bit of it. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's all of my current thoughts now. Does anyone have any other questions before I start getting ready to raid someone / end the stream? I should probably decide when I am playing next. I don't know if it's going to be Monday or Tuesday, my time. Give me a moment. I could probably do Monday. I'm playing this so much. I could probably do Monday. I think I'm gonna put Monday on the schedule for now, and then if I change my mind, I will change the schedule and maybe post a story to say that I've moved the time. But for now, it'll be Monday, I think, that I'll play again. Why did my mum run? Why did mum hate it? Oh, that's a good question. Why did mum hate it here? I mean, there's a lot to hate. If you get to the end of the current game, you unlock hardcore mode, which lets you pick 3 traits. But you don't get trait saves. Huh? What an interesting thing, but also something I don't fully understand. But that's cool. Alright. A trait save is basically like, if you have this trait at this time, you automatically pass this thing. Is that what a trait save is? Okay, yeah, cool. Interesting. Interesting. And it's called hardcore mode. Yeah, don't tell me too much. That's a good point. Good point, Cannapal. Sorry, I'm sure you guys don't want to hear my chewing. I'll get through this quickly. Why did Mum run? Why did Mum hate it here? Maybe Mum also realized how terrible the Scarlet Legacy was and wanted to get away from it. Maybe the Scarlet Legacy involves always sacrificing one of your siblings to die to keep the town afloat, and she didn't want to be sacrificed. Have you seen Pearl Ann? Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a lot of potential reasons why Mum ran, and I don't have any clear guidance on which of the many potential reasons why she ran is correct. Kind of, you have terrible choice every day in the game, and trait saves let you pick the best of both worlds. You can still pick one of the worst options if you want. Ah, right, I see. Yeah, why did Mum hate it here? There's a lot of reasons to hate being in Scarlet Hollow. Yeah, so it could just be Pearl Ann sucks. It could be... Maybe she went to try find Dad. Maybe Dad was from out of town and she went to go look for him, and then she didn't, and then she was just like, well, actually, I like life out here more. I know, it's interesting because you have free reign of how you pick your options for your character's backstory. So your character is allowed to be as well adjusted as you want. And you obviously, she left the town when she was pregnant with you, or like just after you were born. So I think when pregnant, I can't remember exactly, but obviously like you basically grew up in a different town. If you managed to grow up in a different town well adjusted, your mother must have been okay. Remember that time on Tuesday where you had to pick whether to take the girl who was right there with you or whether you go back and risk your life to get the other two? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I figured it would be something like that. I assume there's a way of, like, not sacrificing either Tabby or yourself as well. But yeah. Also, like, I don't want to talk about this too much because I'm worried about spoiling myself. But yeah. Okay. Any last questions? I'm happy to chat for a bit, but also, obviously, if I run out of things to talk about, you're probably not going to be that interested. When I'll play more... I'll just find out when I play more runs. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it. Alright, I think I'm gonna... I don't have anyone that's super appropriate to raid. I think I'm gonna look for more people playing Slay the Princess again. Who is playing? There's no one playing Slay the Princess. Oh no, I've got no one to raid. Does anyone have anyone that they think is a good person to raid? I got no one online. Oh, there's so many people. I have no one online. What are... Oh, okay. Well, Mims asked another interesting question. What are the main themes of the game, thinking of each ep? I mean, there's a lot of stuff about family. So there's a lot of things about paying, like... episode 3 is like paying for the sins of your ancestors, and episode 2 is... Hold on, I need to make sure I get them all correct. I just did 4. 4 is obviously, you know, what responsibility, how do you treat a child that's out of control, or like how should you treat a child, like do you control their life, to what extent can you control their life, etc. So that's sort of looking at it a parental direct relationship. The one with the episode 3 was the one in the library, so yeah, that's dealing with like more distant family, or I suppose the consequences of generations, that kind of thing. 2 is the mine. I suppose that was like looking after the friends. What was that one? That was with our sister's mine. Sorry, cousin's mine. No, wait, that was the generational one as well. That was also like consequences from generations past, potentially, because the shore mine was in a state of disrepair, or in a state where it could collapse because of things that our ancestors did. It's like the price, what price are we paying because of what our parents or our parents' parents did? I guess seems to be a recurring theme. Generational trauma, I guess, is one of the main themes of the game. What do I think will happen next chapter? I think, the game told me. I'm going to explore the house. What's going to be in the house? Hopefully more information. Hopefully I do find the answer of why. I do find out why you've been so curious to figure out why I think Tabby's invited me. I feel like I'm going to find a reason to not want to like Tabby, and then I'm going to reject it. That's what I think is going to happen next episode. I think I maybe will find more, I hopefully will find more secrets about how the Scarlets are connected to the witch, but I'm wondering if that's maybe a, like, deeper into chapters like 6 or 7, which haven't been released kind of territory. I think Stella might come hang out at the house. Maybe Stella can help me look around. That would be fun. That'd be cool. I really... So the other thing that's making me like, I want to do a... This is... Sorry, my brain just jumped in a completely different direction. The other thing that's making me want to kind of do the animal handling run is like, what's the deal with the opossum that's in our chest that we just never... Like, I have not interacted with at all. I'm like, what is the deal with this opossum that's just been lying there the whole time? I really am curious about that as well. What choices have I not made that I want to make now? I mean, all of the animal stuff. I am like pretty much the opposite of all the major choices. I don't necessarily want to do the one where I sacrifice Tabitha, but I am kind of curious. I think if I have the option of not sacrificing either of us, I'm kind of curious. Like if I just leave, I'm curious of what that choice is. I'm curious about what happens if we stay in the mine. I'm curious about what happens if we stay the night with Stella. I'm also curious about what happens if we just stay at home the whole time and never leave the house. So a lot. There's a lot of choices that I have not made that I want to make now, mostly out of curiosity, not because I necessarily think that they'll lead to a better ending. So yeah. Alright, I think that's probably as much theorizing as we'll get. I haven't found anyone nice to raid. I haven't had any cool suggestions, so I'm probably just going to end stream. But thank you everyone for joining. It's been a good time. And, you know, it'd be good to see you again soon. If not, that's all good. But I will be playing again in another couple of days, I believe. 1, 2, 3 days. 3 days time from now. But yeah. You'll just go clean your house. Have a good day. Yeah, I hope you guys have a good one, wherever you are. And yeah, all the best. Look after yourselves. I'll see ya. Bye.